zero view.
5.4.
Dylan, sorry, your way.
Yes.
So 15, right? So the quorum is 30 minus 3, 27. Okay. Okay, may I have a proposal to resume the internet elections for the 46 time start? And then, can I go back to your seat first? Okay, may I have a proposal to resume the internet elections for the 46 time start management committee, Stephen? I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin. Oh. May I have a yeah. We have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of Vice President, Freshman Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Management Committee, Stephen. We have a seconder for this motion, Alvin. Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Vice President, Freshman Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Club, 46 Science Club Management Committee, Arvin?
Would like to nominate Low Sergeant
Year 1 Life Science for Road, Vice President, Professional Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Coordination Committee.
Yeah, second for this motion, Alvin.
I will not Year 2006 Life Against Motion.
Lowe's Xiaosheng Dylan, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Vice President, Professional Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Club Management Committee?
I, Low Xiaosheng Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences, accept the nomination of Vice President FOP.
Say in full, please.
Huh?
Say the portfolio name in full, please.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, repeat.
I, Low Xiaosheng Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences, accept the nomination of Vice President Freshman Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Vice President Freshman Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Vice President Freshman Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Vice President Freshman Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Vice President Freshman Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Stephen?
I, Wednesday 16 year data science ethics for the proposal for nomination for the portfolio of Vice President, Professional Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Steve? Alvin?
I will not Year 2006 Vice President.
Low Xiaosheng Dylan, you have 45 minutes for presentation and 60 minutes for your Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start the timer when you start presenting. I cannot change because hello everybody, my name is Dylan Low. I take Year 1 Life Sciences, and today I'll be pitching for the portfolio to run as the 46 SCMC VPFOP, not flight director. Okay, so basically, something about me, I run my own business. So basically, I feel I had the ability to bring strategic insight, resilience, and clear communication to the table. And right now, I'm developing skills to lead with creativity and confidence, and I've already managed to host many polished and impactful events that reflect this ambition. So, first of all, talking more about my business. So I own this business called Get in Sync. So basically, what about Get in Sync is it's an art jamming event where we incorporate matcha as well. Okay, so yeah, my main goal for that event was basically to try to get people to enter more art spaces and interact with one another. So far, I feel that I've been somewhat successful there. Most of the time, most of my events, I will have full capacity. That's quite great. And I'm thinking of maybe continuing. Depends on my stress, but do not worry, VPFOP will be my first priority. Okay, then another leadership experience, I was a leader in Boys Brigade for my school. Okay, so for background, I was from ACNI. Yeah. So I was in Boys Brigade and I was adventure head back then. And so basically what I did, I had to plan many outdoor activities for people, teach them how to tie knots, teach them how to navigate through places, as well as do a lot of recce for places that we are planning to go now. And yeah, survival skills as well. Okay, so what are my strengths? Okay, so I'll just talk about the ones basically that are in the pictures right now. So first of all, previously I made this small flag, but it doesn't change anything because I still have the passion to serve. Yes, because there's a picture of me serving in Boys Brigade. Yes, I used to go for donation drives, and I used to hand out these goodie bags and slave like many hours of my life away, collecting these goodie bags and sending it to the people that are in need lah. And I feel that I really want to continue this passion to serve, be it whether through maybe assisting FLAG and REC with the beneficiaries and stuff like that. And I also plan to serve people in the Faculty of Science as well as freshmen. Okay, so secondly, I feel like I'm open to ideas. I feel like I'm kind of okay with almost everything. But I have a base groundwork that I have to work with, and I believe that there should be a base to everything. Or else, if a building has no foundation, it will crumble. But however you want to build this building, I'm quite open to the ideas. Okay, so secondly, for FLAG, originally for FLAG, I put experience in planning events. But maybe with my experience in planning events, I am able to assist with all the FOP committees as well in planning their own personal, their own events within the committee. And yeah, I hope that helps as well. So lastly, I think I'm quite creative. So I can play instruments. Okay, not that good though. I'm not that good. But I feel that I can think of stuff on the spot quite effectively. And yeah, I feel like that's one of my strengths that I have. Okay, so other stuff that I would say is my strengths is I'm enthusiastic about developing a close-knit team as well as promoting cohesion. I also think I'm quite funny. Okay, I didn't include weaknesses that I'm good at, but just kidding. I will just talk about some of the weaknesses that I might have. So some of the weaknesses that I might have is maybe sometimes I feel that I can be a bit too pushy with the things that I do. And I feel like I need to take note of that. And I need to realize that I'm working together as a team. I cannot work alone. I need to remember that I have other people that I have to take care of, especially people in my FOP committees. So I will try my best to work on this. It's still a work in progress, but I feel that over time, as I get more experience in this line of work, I'll be more efficient in doing so. Okay, yeah. Okay, so basically, my visions for SCMC. So originally, as FLAG director, I wanted to bring large-scale events to the Faculty of Science. But that doesn't mean that will change, because at VP FOP, I can bring even bigger, larger scales events to FOS. Okay, and secondly, I also want to build long-lasting friendships with the rest of SCMC as well as my committee members. So if you can see, I went for SAL, and this is my SAL orientation group. I would say we were quite bonded and we never lost because we were too good. And yeah, that's a picture of me and Yi-Wei on the right, and we were gambling. Okay. So lastly, I want to improve inclusivity and interactions within the Faculty of Science. Okay, so these are some of the future proposals I have of FLAG. I'll just ignore it for now because it's not really relevant anymore. Okay, so another goal that I have is to foster work relations. So I strive to achieve bonds within between FOP in general as well as the rest of SCMC, and I'll try my best to achieve this through hosting maybe informal meetups between committees to hang out, trying to resolve conflicts in a civil manner, and taking and making sure that my FOPCC as well as all the FOPs under me, their committees, have members that are capable to carry out the vision as a whole. Okay. Okay. So basically, I also talk about why VPFOP. Okay, wait. I can't really explain some of it because they link with FLAG. But another thing I wanted to say is I want to put myself in the shoes of the freshman, because I feel like being a freshman can be quite scary, especially for those people like me who don't stay in school. So I feel like it's good that people are able to make more connections, make more friends. But I wouldn't say that it should stay like, yes, I know freshman orientation is my main goal to target the freshmen, but I want to make sure so that these freshmen, when they go for the further years, they are able to still have these connections with people that they met at the start. So just something. At the start of school, I was kind of sad because I didn't really have much friends, or like they didn't really line up their timetables with me. So I'll eat alone during lunch. It's quite sad, but I do not want to see that happen again. So I hope that whatever I'm trying to do, will be able to change that. Okay, I think that's all for my presentation.
So Faushan, Dylan, you have 36 minutes and 20 seconds left for the presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee below Faushan, Dylan for the portfolio of Vice President Freshman Orientation Projects for 46 Science Club Management Committee? Susan?
I introduce this year to data science analytics. Would like to propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Rosalyn Dylan for the portfolio of Vice President Freshman Orientation Projects for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
I have a seconder for this motion. Alvin?
I have not already to data scientists, so I send it to them.
Can I use this? Yeah, that's wait,
Wait. Okay. So Faushan, Dylan, you now have 60 minutes for your Q&A.
okay, guys, before I start, I just want to say I got a bit of hearing problems, so you all have to speak a bit louder.
Okay. Arvin?
I just want to bring you the data science. Data science analysis. I have two questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, your program said was missing a few times during semester 2, and it mentions to you that she has had some personal issues and is apologetic about it, but that led to the cancellation of FOP day.
Cancellation of what, sorry?
FOP day.
Um,
How do you ensure that she does improve her communication?
Okay, can I get a second question?
My second question for you is, in a hypothetical scenario, the same proxy disappears a few days before camps and does not help out with with logs prep, as well as gives you the same excuses. Outline your course of action. To clarify, nothing must change.
Okay, so FOP day got cancelled already.
It's during the semester.
for everyone's knowledge, yes, the aircon has switched off. Javier is trying to get it back on again.
Okay, so first of all, right, tackle the first question. First of all, if the person is facing personal problems, I will try to confront the person and ask them like what issues they are facing, if they need help with the work they are doing, maybe the stress or whatever. And then I will ask for a timeline of possibility of how long they will need to get back to being efficient again. If the timeline that they propose is reasonable, I will temporarily get the other members to see if they can share the workload of the program's head, or I get someone to step up. And at the same time, I will also cross-check with my president to see what else can be done. Maybe there's a shortage of manpower. I need to ask my president if there's a possibility like I can borrow manpower from other people. Okay, so leading to the second question, I assume the fact that she has written already. So once she's written, I will continue to supervise to see if she's still able to provide the quality work that she said that she promised to. And I will still try to assist if needed, because people can say like they are ready to take it up again, but there's a chance that they might not. So if I'm striving for the best, I need to know that they can perform their best. So secondly, another thing that is it possible for FOP day to be rescheduled to another day? So first of all, I need to contact the president, NUSU, and SDO, and redraft another proposal to propose that FOP day can be conducted another day. But there are some things that I need to take notice of, especially the timeline and manpower of how things are going to be run. So this is very important because even though I have a template, I still need these resources to carry out these events. Okay, then assuming that the person does not help again, my course of action is to once again confront the person to check if they're okay and see the other members' opinions of the person to see if they're efficient and it's okay to work with her when she's not going through personal problems. If the answers are not favorable, I will temporarily try to get someone from Brox to also step up and share the even workload, or get them to share the workload with one another. Then I will have talks with the program's head and see if they still wish to continue their role in SCMC because they have a lot of issues, and remind them that it's not really fair for the other members to take the workload. So as program heads, I'm going to have to liaise with you a lot. And I believe that if you promise me something that you cannot give, then I would rather not take the promise and prepare for the worst instead of you making it seem like you are capable of doing it and not doing it. Okay, next question.
Natasha.
Hi, Natasha. I'm University Life Sciences and in the hypothetical scenario, then it is me, and NUSU has not provided any concrete updates on the status of the beach booking for the camps. As such, the directors are having trouble accurately preparing for the camp. Outline a course of action.
Okay, sorry, I can't really hear.
Let me repeat. In the hypothetical scenario, it is me, and NUSU has not provided any concrete updates on the status of the beach booking. As such, the directors are having trouble accurately preparing for the camp. Outline a course of action.
So NUSU does not have like replied to us basically. Do you have a second question?
For my second question, STEM and South should combine to produce a better funded, cheaper, and bigger camp. Comment on this statement.
Okay, so to address the first question where if NUSU has not replied and the directors are having issues with preparing for the camps, right? So first of all, if NUSU is not replying, what I'll do is, together with the president, I'll try to bump them for more information on how long they will take to reply and what is their course of action. So I'll try to get direct contact with the NUSU committee and see if we're still able to run the camps. And a lot of pushing is probably required. So then for the issues of camp planning, I believe that we have to start planning our logistics first now. So especially the ones that are non-perishable, that we can be reused. So I will liaise with the Honti to see if there's any equipment we could buy for the camps in general. So for example, if right now we are not receiving replies for the running of scam, maybe we can buy these logistics first, and maybe these logistics could be shared among the 3 camps so that maybe South and Sci-Fi could be using it as well. Should scam be maybe, like worst case scenario, maybe cancel out. Okay, then secondly, I would want the camp committees to draft me a detailed template of the procedures that are going to be ran within these camps. So should we push back the camp to another date, we are able to reschedule it and do it efficiently. Then at the same time, I also need to contact NUSU again for like the venues and stuff.
Hey, sorry, Dylan, just to interrupt you, yeah. Just a clarification. The thing NUSU is not responding to you about is the beach booking.
Oh, the beach day.
Correct. So specifically just the beach.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Can I answer the second question first then?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so basically, I believe the scam is how like the collaboration should happen. Because I feel that scam is the first camp for the Faculty of Science, and it's really crucial in bringing in, like, for example, Raggers and Beshies, as well as the first camp of FOP. So I've heard that scam is very structured, and that basically, like, it's kind of like a legacy camp, and basically, I believe that the legacy should continue, and we should always have it first separately from South. Then secondly, South, on the other hand, I feel is more experimental, and there's a lot of opportunities to have cohesion within the freshmen. And it also acts as a second wave so that people who do not make it to SCAM are able to attend South at the same time. Then another issue about this is I believe that we have to rearrange a lot of the budgets, especially since SCAM and South don't come together, the committees kind of have to combine. Then after that, there's a lot of manpower planning that's required. Since there's more people that are going to be involved to make it a bigger camp in general, we need to liaise a lot of people's time schedules together at the same time. And I would say that is rather difficult to do. And yeah, another thing about this is if we were to expand the amount of people that we can take in, it will either lead to more larger OGs or many more OGs. And if that happens, I believe like there'll be a lower chance for everybody within the camp to interact with one another, because how South conducted is they make sure that almost every team play against each other. So yeah, I feel like that is another issue. Having a larger OG will make the people within the OG less cohesive with one another as well. Okay, let me think about the beach day question. Okay, I will feel like similarly about the beach day. Wait, so they haven't replied about the beach day, but it's not a confirmed no, right?
You don't know whether the booking is confirmed. So if it's not confirmed by right, you don't have the clearance to be at the beach or at the beach.
Okay. Okay, so first of all, I'll take the same course of action at the start. So if NUS is not replying, I'll go together with my president to ask what's the issue, why they're not replying, and if we are still able to carry on the beach day. Then secondly, if they don't respond in time, no, before they don't respond in time, I will think of a backup plan. And maybe like we have other, because the beach day we had in South was like Amazing Race. So is there other venues we could use to carry out this Amazing Race? For example, in school. And then because if it's in school, the Faculty of Science, I would have to contact SEO and ask for permissions, as well as since I'm able to plan out all the venues, I need to make sure that it also doesn't clash at the same time with all the other camps, possible smaller camps that may run at the same time. Then, this backup plan I feel is very important because we have to prepare for the worst, so that if, for example, I do not really want to cancel a whole day of activities just because NUSU doesn't reply us. Like I want to be able to reschedule all these activities into like another location. So I believe that if NUSU is not replying, this is the course of action that I'll take.
Hi, Jagamar, in year 3, data science analytics have two questions for you. Given that each year the definition and purpose of FOPCC changes and has become now such that its purpose is to almost only plan sci-fi, do you think there is a need for FOPCC?
What's the other question?
Due to unforeseen circumstances, one science FOP plans have never fully come to fruition. Comment on this.
One plan FOP plans.
Due to unforeseen circumstances, one science FOP plans have never fully come to fruition. Comment on this.
So just to clarify, one science is the one where yes. Can you clarify what one science?
The one science FOP idea is to promote like a sense of unity and identity to the FOPs that take place in science.
Okay, so to answer the first one, like people have seen FOPCC as just a committee that plans sci-fi. Me personally, I believe that FOPCC should not be in charge of just sci-fi alone. I believe that FOPCC has a larger role to play due to the amount of FOP committees that are present within FOP in general. So not to compare workload, but FOP is possibly the largest aspect for science committee. And I feel like I'm not perfect. So I also cannot be the only person to go down and help every single committee when required. So I will need to have a team of capable people to be able to help not only with the planning of sci-fi, but as well as the assistance of all the other FOPs that are under me. Yeah. Then for the second question, where one sign FOP does not occur, I feel that there should be, because the main idea of one science FOP is to raise more awareness about the FOPs in science, right? So I believe there should be other ways to bring presence and knowledge to people within the faculty of science about FOP. Okay, so maybe one possible way is to do larger scale events within less known committees like flag and more known committees like sports. Instead of combining all together, maybe you only combine a small bit because it's easier to manage. So, because, for example, as when I was previously pitching for flag director, I had the idea to bring in this thing called Science Olympics. So basically, it was the collaboration between sports and flag, where we could raise funds by making people do maybe a more scaled down version of IFG. Yeah, so I felt like that was one way I thought of to make lesser known committees like flag to be more known. So another way that I feel is maybe I'll be able to collaborate with the comms director to see if they're able to publicize more information about the committees within FOP. Because comms director kind of like publicize information about the entire SCMC as a whole. So I believe that they are able to assist me with this. Yeah. Then another way is also to use camps that is in FOP to introduce flag, rag, and bash. Because me personally, when I first entered NUS and I went for the camps, I had no idea what these things were. So thanks to the camps guidance, I believe that this is another way to outreach to freshmen to join these committees as well. Yeah.
Hi, hello, year two chemistry. I have one question for you. For some context, this is taking place during the mid SEM 2. So the dates were already deconflicted at the end of SEM 1. But then, so in a hypothetical scenario, the SVC director came to you and told you that he or she wants to use one of the venues that is being used for one of the camps GT. So the SVC event clashed in terms of date and venue with that camp GT. But this is because the beneficiary that SVC initially decided to work with suddenly changed the dates for the event due to unforeseen circumstances, which led to this clash. Outline your course of action.
Sorry, the clash is between SVC and what?
One of the camps.
Oh, you mean like
one of the camp GTs.
in FOP?
Yeah.
Okay. Then the second question. Only one. Okay. Okay, so my course of action is, first of all, I'll check in with SVC to see the progress on the planning that they already have. Then I want to see if it's possible they're able to reschedule to another day or possibly another venue. Because I believe that, I want to put camp, like SCAM, for example, as the priority because timeline is very, very important. Because as VPFOP, I also have to manage the ADCCs at the same time. Then I need to see whether their camp is clashing with mine. And if I were to reschedule the camp for another day, it kind of loses SCAR's purpose as being like the first camp to invite people and expose people to red, flag, and bash at the same time. So then another thing that I'm going to do is I will check in with my own camp committee to see if it's possible to change the venue for that day, because changing the timeline of the camp is a bit difficult to do. So at least if we change the venue, we can probably run 2 events at the same time, if possible. And yeah, but I believe the best case scenario is to pitch whether SVC is able to reschedule or change location.
Hi, I'm Damien Kao, year 2 Data Science and Analytics. I have 2 questions for you. So,
Hello. Okay, I'm Damien Kao, year 2 Data Science and Analytics. I have 2 questions for you. For context, in the 45th SCMC, SDO wanted BEST to move away from being a beauty pageant and instead be more like a talent show. In a hypothetical scenario, the SDO is still unhappy with the direction that BEST is headed in after watching BEST 2025 and would like more to be done to achieve their vision. Your committee is not keen on changing how BEST is conducted, as they feel that the student body enjoys how BEST currently is. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, I'll repeat the question. In a hypothetical scenario, the SDO is still unhappy with the direction that BEST is headed in after watching BEST 2025 and would like more to be done to achieve their vision. Your committee is not keen on changing how BEST is being conducted, as they feel that the student body enjoys how BEST currently is. Outline your course of action.
IMCJ student in data science analytics would like to propose an extension for Q&A.
I have not joined year 2 data analytics, would like second extension.
May take us please extend the time accordingly.
Okay, so to answer the beauty pageant to talent show question. Okay, so my committee members believe that it's not key in changing, and they said that the community is okay with the people, like okay with the current state that Bash is in. So first of all, my first call of action is I want to talk to people of the community, people not in SCMC, and I want to gain information. Maybe I can gain data, maybe through petitions or Google Forms. Then I will also hear SDO's point of view on what they believe and what they want to see in Bash. Then I'll try to propose to them if there's a possibility of simulating certain ideas that they have into Bash itself. But if our ideas conflict very drastically, I'll still try to fight with SDO to try to preserve how Bash should be, if possible, how Bash should be, and use the data that I gathered from the students as proof and tell them that as FOP, we should cater to the students' wants. And worst comes to worst, if that's not possible, I have no choice but to accommodate to what SDO wishes, but I still have to stand my ground and pitch to SDO that we wish to retain certain aspects of Bash, such as the catwalk. And I heard that SDO wishes to see more talents within Bash itself. So if possible, I will try to improve the outreach towards the freshmen. And this way, and how I would like to conduct this is to publicize better through the freshman orientation camps, social media, or just send more email blasts. And yeah, do you have a second question?
No.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Brandon Yun Singh, Year 2 Life Science. I have one question for you. Just now you mentioned in your presentation that you want to do informal meetups within the FOP to foster a sense of FOP bonding. In a hypothetical situation, the SCAM and SAL directors and subcommittees stated that they do not want to meet each other as they feel the other camp usually steals games ideas from each other. Outline your thoughts on this. I'll repeat my question for the minute takers. In a hypothetical situation, the SCAM and SAL directors and subcommittees stated that they do not want to have these informal meetups as they feel the other camp usually steals game ideas from each other. Outline your thought process on this.
Okay, so for scam and SAL specifically, I would like to maybe propose separate meetups within those groups, like within themselves as only, because I still wish to foster good working relations within the FOP itself. Within the committee itself. So since SAL and scam committees don't really interact with each other that much, I feel like there's not really a need for them to. So I think it's also very hard to like tell them to get together and tell them to not talk about work relations because like people can say whatever they want. It's very hard to control that. So I believe like this could only be kind of the only possible way, unless like we do meetups where they're doing activities that are taking their mind off things, but that still doesn't really make that much sense because you can't stop people from saying what they want. But I believe that Bash, Red, and Flag can still interact with one another. Especially Red and Flag, I believe that their interaction, their cohesiveness should be very, very important because they work together for a large scale event. So I believe that for the camp committees, they should be separate, but the rest should still be okay with meeting up together now.
Yes. Okay. Hi, Lim CGS Stevenson, Year 2 Data Science Analytics. Have one question for you. Earlier on in your presentation, one of your vision was to have larger scale events. So in a hypothetical scenario, the honorary treasurer agrees with your vision to have large scale events and wants to support you. So he or she advised you to reduce the cost of the camp fees so that it's more appealing to freshies and you get more signups. And with more signups, you can also offset the decrease from the cheaper camp fees. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so basically, right, reducing camp fees will either lead to more budget being required, or it will lead to us cutting some parts of the camp itself. So, me personally, I don't believe that we should cut down on how the camp is being run, because because I believe that like I want to make these camps as memorable as possible, and I want, as like a freshman this year that I attended camp, I believe like I paid what I paid and I made the most of what I had because it was so memorable for me lah. And yeah, and also it's a bit hard to reduce the camp fees, because if we were to increase the budget, because we're absorbing a lot more of the price of like the logistics, it's a bit tough because we're also running the large scale events at the same time, and we need budget for the large scale events. So one of the ways that I will try to fix this is I will have to pitch to STO to require more budget as well, and state that it is to improve the cohesion between freshmen and to make FOP in general more memorable. And another thing is the large scale collab events. I assume that we already have shared budgets between them. So if we were to propose that we have a shared budget, I don't think, I think that each of the committees wouldn't use that much of their budget for the event separately.
Okay, hello. I'm Maraki Memoriza, year 3 Latanza, so I'll ask one question for you. Need for context. Every year, SDO provides financial support for Science Club to allow for events to come to life for our science students. However, SDO feels that since FOP is accounting budget from freshmen and senior sign-ups, they do not require much support on their end. Outline your thought process.
Okay, sorry, can you repeat again?
Okay. Every year, SDO provides financial support for Science Club to allow for events to come to life for our science students. However, SDO feels that since FOP is accounting budget from freshmen and senior sign-ups, they do not require much support from their end. Outline your thought processes.
So just to confirm, is SDO wants to bring in their science events and they believe that we should cut?
Okay, so this is for context again. So SDO does provide financial support for Science Club to make sure that our events are able to cater to the science students. But because FOP usually have sign-up registration fee from freshmen, SDO feels that FOP doesn't need much support from SDO side.
Wait, but this is mainly considering the budget only, right? Not like manpower or anything.
Up to your interpretation, just outline our thought processes.
Okay, so SDOs believe that FOP can kind of settle themselves in terms of the money that they generated. Me personally, I don't believe so. I believe that FOP should equally be as important as events planned for the rest of the Faculty of Science. Because my thought process is that a lot of these camps are very, very crucial in the introduction of freshmen to school. And it's also important that the students have a memorable experience as well as the ability to make long-lasting friendships. So yeah, so if SDO decides to carry on the plan, for example, suddenly we realize we do not have any budget last minute, then we have to make cuts in certain aspects of the camps, which I believe is not very beneficial now, because I think that if we were to take that step, we'll end up having, for example, the camps, we have to raise fees or plan smaller events now, which I mentioned previously. I don't think it's very, very beneficial. And okay, I agree that year 2 and year 4s are also supposed to be taken into consideration as well when they want to plan events for the entire Faculty of Science. But I believe that, in a sense, they are also already accustomed to university life. And whereas freshmen, to them, the whole university experience might be quite strange. And I believe that the first step in the right direction is very important. So I feel like we shouldn't neglect the planning of freshman orientation camps or programs in general. Because, yeah, we need connections to go through our uni life.
Hello. Okay, I'm Juliana Benizano, Year 3 Chemistry, and I would like to ask you one question. So, due to the nature of FLAG not being as well known compared to the other FOPs, how can the VP FOP support the FLAG subcommittee more?
I'll repeat my question. Due to the nature of flag not being as well known compared to the other FOPs, how can the VP FOP support the flag subcommittee more?
Okay, so the reason why flag is not as well known, I would believe, is due to the publicity now. And maybe the events that flag are hosting is not enticing enough to the public. So how I would like to improve publicity of flag is through the FOP camps. That is where the largest outreach of freshmen will be. And I believe that if we were to include a segment of flag within FOP, within the FOP camps, it will be very, very beneficial in the outreach of letting know what flag is about. And another way is probably I could possibly send a proposal to SDO to see whether we are able to post like those billboard posters around school that introduces about flag. And another way that previously when I was pitching for flag director, and I already mentioned it many times, I would like to pitch larger scale events and collabs between flag and other committees. As well as for the smaller scale events, I would try to get data from the community to see what people and what events people are more accustomed to, more excited to do. And another thing is, I feel like we shouldn't only focus on, because I realized that this year had a lot of arts and craft events that were back to back on the weekends. Instead of doing a larger quantity of events that only focus on arts and craft, for example, I feel like it's better if we make larger, high quality events that switch up not only from arts and craft but also other aspects like sports. Yeah, so I feel like a diversity is quite required to get a larger outreach lah. And for step up, for example, I thought that running a marathon, people might not want to go because they might be stressed, like it's too tiring, whatever. I maybe feel like the approach that we're gonna pitch it has to be different as well. That's why when I was flag director, for example, like when I was pitching a flag director, I wanted to make some tweaks to step up so that it's not more of just a marathon, but more of a way to get people to run together, work together, to win prizes together.
So Dylan, in the interest of time, we will ask you 2 more questions. I, Gabriel January, year 2, Data Science and Analytics, have 1 question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, you receive a complaint from SDO regarding a certain ADCC camp leaving science venues in a messy state. SDO is threatening to revoke all subsequent bookings if someone does not restore the venues to the right state. When you approach the project director of the ADCC camp, they deny that they were the ones responsible. And there's another event happening soon. outline your course of action.
I'll repeat for the minute takers. In a hypothetical scenario, you receive a complaint from SDO regarding a certain ABC camp giving science values in a messy state. SDO is threatening to revoke all subsequent bookings if someone does not restore the venues to the right state. When you approach the project director of the ACC camp, they deny that they were the ones responsible. As there is another event happening soon, outline the course of action.
Wait, so there was another event that was also happening in the same place.
They'll be coming soon.
Oh,
Another place. But they threaten to revoke your booking if you don't clean up the mess beforehand.
Okay.
To clarify, the another event happening will be our event.
Okay, and here's your second question. I, Jem Tan Year 2 Life Sciences, have one question for you. A PP approaches you and explains that internal directors have requested to be excluded from majority of the FOP camps. They mention that they have worked hard all semester and deserve a break. Highlight your thought process. For minute takers, the VBI approaches you and explains that internal directors have requested to be excluded from majority of the FOP camps. They mention that they have worked hard all semester and deserve a break. Highlight your thought process.
Okay, so the first one is ADCC camps left the room in a very messy place after they left, and SDO threatens to cancel all camps. Correct. Oh yeah, so the first question, ADCC camps is in a very messy, leave the place very messy after they leave, and SDO threatens to cancel camps. Correct.
Not cancel camps, cancel the bookings afterwards.
Oh yeah, the bookings afterwards. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, I believe that personally, regardless whether we were the cause of the messiness in the venue, we should be the ones responsible in the cleanup of it, regardless if it's already been messy before. Lah. So what I will do is, first of all, I will broadcast to ADCC that a certain standard has to be met when leaving the venue. This also applies to camps within FOP itself, because I believe that if the school is gracious enough to lend us a place, we should take care of it. Then secondly, I will propose to SDO that these are the measures that I've set. Is it possible that if the committee was the one that left the camps in this certain place, they should be the one that's responsible for the venue itself? And it shouldn't affect the rest of science, because it's not fair for the other people that has taken care of the place. It's just one outlier that's causing problems for the majority. So I hope that SDO will be able to forgive and be able to let us continue with the rest of the camp planning. Because venue is a very important thing to consider when planning camps. Okay, then secondly, where VPI wishes to be excluded for the rest of FOP camps because they believe that people in
clarification, it's not the VPI wants to be excluded, it's all three internal directors.
Oh, okay. So all three, okay, so VPI wants all three internal directors.
The three internal directors have requested to be excluded.
So that the entire committee can leave?
Like excluded from being part of FOPs as like seniors, for example.
Oh yeah, okay. So first of all, I need to check if there's enough manpower to run the camps. Secondly, I need to check if I require people within internal committees to help me run these camps. I'm okay with the fact that they need a break. Yeah, sure. But if the requirements that I need cannot be filled, I feel like I need to inform VPI that since we are working together as one SCMC, not like separate committees, I feel that we will have to help each other lah. Because I feel that if I will be put in the same situation as them, I would try my best to assist one another. Because after all, like as directors, I believe like we will probably be good friends. So I hope that that's a thing. Yeah. So if really not possible, right, I will contact the president to see if we can get manpower from relations. And if that is also really not possible, I will work together with the president to contact SDO and NUS to ask if there's a possibility for volunteers to be seniors for the camp.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee, Low Salsum, Sean Dylan, the portfolio of Vice President Professional Orientation Projects for the 26 Science Management Committee, seat 7.
I think suggest Mr. Year 2 Data Science Analytics would like to propose to close the Q&A for the nominee, Sean Dylan, for the portfolio of Vice President Professional Orientation Projects for the 26 Science Management Committee.
I have a second about this motion, Alvin.
I have gone from Year 2 Data Science Analytics, would like second motion.
Okay, y'all. Check your pens are working first. If not working, please request for them.
Your mic.
Thanks. Okay. May I have a proposal to resume the internal elections for the Forensic Science Club Management Committee, please, sir?
I am here to data science and would like to propose to resume the internal elections for the 6 science club management.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin?
I will not to data analytics like next motion.
May I have a proposal to open loop 3 of the internal elections for the Forensic Science Club Management Committee open elections, Stephen?
I am here to data science and would like to propose to open 3 of the internal elections for the 6 science club management committee open elections.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin?
I will not to data analytics like next motion.
May I have a proposal to open the portfolio Honorary General Secretary for the Forensic Science Club Management Committee, Stephen?
I am here to data science and analytics would like to propose to open the portfolio of honorary general secretary for the 6 science club management committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin?
I will not to data analytics like next motion.
May I have a proposal to open the nomination for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee, Stephen?
I am here to data science and analytics would like to propose to open the nominations for the portfolio of honorary general secretary for the 6 science club management committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin? Alvin?
I don't think so. I will not to data analytics like to second this motion.
Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee?
I am
Xavier?
here to data science and analytics would like to nominate Tan Suyen Rina, Year 1 Data Science and Analytics for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin?
I will not to data analytics like second this motion.
Tan Suyen Rina, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee?
I, Tan and Rina, Year 1 Data Science and Analytics, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee? Xavier?
I, Xavier Tamray, Head of Data Science and Analytics, would like to nominate Sin Ke Rachel for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee.
Rachel Singh Ke, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee?
Okay.
Oh, sorry. May I have a seconder for this motion?
I will not to data analytics like second this motion.
Rachel Singh Ke, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee?
Year 1 Data Science and Analytics would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of the Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nomination for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46th Science Club Management Committee, Stephen?
I am here to data science and analytics would like to propose to close the nomination for the portfolio of honorary general secretary for the 6 science club management committee.
Do we have a seconder for this motion, Alvin?
I will not to data analytics like second this motion.
Rachel Singh Ke and Tan Yan Rina, please step forward to participate in the ballot to determine your corresponding letter and order of presentation. Rina will be candidate B, and Rachel will be candidate A. Therefore, Rachel will present first. Please follow. So Rachel Singh Ke, you have 30 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start the timer when she starts presenting.
I'm Rachel, running for the position for the 100 sec of the 46 Science Club Management Committee. So this is the overview for my presentation. Firstly, I'll talk about me and my experiences, and then why SCMT. Why SCMT and 100 sec. Then my values and my visions. So firstly, I'm a year 1 data science and analytics student, and I was from Diamond High. This is my class. This is my principal. Before he got dunked in water at my orientation program in JC. My chem teacher. I did not edit this photo, so disclaimer. Yeah. And then this is the Confucius statue at my school. It's very iconic because there were students caught praying to the statue before exam starts. So, yes. One thing about me, I can play 2 instruments, and my hobby is that I love sports. So, this picture proves my hobby. I cycled from MBS to Jewel, and then I spent 1 hour trying to find a way back, and we got lost. Yeah. And then I had a lot of side quests as well from the past 19 years of my life. This is the view I saw along the way when I was cycling. And I don't know why there were dinosaurs there. Next, this is my past experiences for the past 6 years. Firstly, I was part of the exco of my CCA. So we were in charge of planning events like the Sec 4 graduation party, the Sec 1 bonding event, and the Teachers' Day. We got to organize like a bunch of different games and bonding sessions so that each section got to know each other better. And also before the CCA officially started, we also had like a few events that we had planned so that we could bond the Sec 1s better with each other and with the rest of the CCA. This is my batchmates for my CCA. And then for Teachers' Day, we also made like a very long video compiling like all the messages from everyone's sections, and we also reached out to the alumni so that we could get their thank you messages as well. The picture here is my entire CCA watching my SYF performance with my batchmates. So I guess from this you can tell unity through participation is a strong value that I believe in since I was younger. Secondly, as a section leader of my CCA as well, I was in charge of maintaining my section in terms of homework submissions and then maintenance of their equipments and making sure that they understood their assignments, and they could also come to me whenever they needed help. Lastly, I was also a class leader for a few years. So basically, I was like the main point of communications between my teachers and my class. I was in charge of managing the homework submissions and making sure that everybody submits their work on time. And also I gave out like constant reminders, making sure that all students would submit their work. And I will also disseminate information from my teachers to basically everyone, the rest of the class. This is my Sec 4 farewell, my CCA, SYF picture, my friend, the star of the show, and more CCA pictures. Okay, now to the more important part. Why SCMC? I know I mentioned that I was part of the exco committee for my CCA, but I feel like after joining uni and looking at the Faculty of Science and the number of people that is in the Faculty of Science, it really impressed me. And I felt like with my experiences, I want to step out of my comfort zone and I want to target a larger community. And also, the main point of uni was to make friends for me. Before I came to uni, I believed that I really wanted to make a lot of friends. And also, looking at the 45th SCMC, I thought that this would be a good opportunity. That's why I decided to join SCMC. Why Hong Kong Sec in specifically? It's also because I personally prefer to do background work and not be in the spotlight. So I rather help in like the planning of events or like just background work in general. And being like a class leader last time, it gave me a little bit of skill set and experience in terms of managing submissions of homework and timelines. So I think that this, with some of my skill set and experiences, I could continue developing as a person if I sign up and run for Condensec. So joining Condensec will give me an opportunity to basically develop myself further as a person and pursue my preference of planning events behind the scenes. Values. First, I'll talk about my 3 strengths. I believe that I'm a meticulous person in terms of whenever I have like, maybe like, for example, a bunch of things to do, like a list of work to do, I would list out everything in systematic order, mainly putting the first with the highest priority, for example, the earliest deadline, and then it goes down to the least priority work. Secondly, I believe in communication skills because in SCMC we really work as a team and not just like solo, even though 100 Sec seems to not have any subcoms. But I believe that everything works through communications. Where everything needs to be talked out before an action plan can actually be made. And lastly, I believe I'm adaptable, given that the many side quests that I have gave me an opportunity to be adaptable in the sense that I could explore many different things. So I have a little bit of experience in learning a bunch of different things. Now moving on to my weakness, I believe I know that I'm not a confident person. So it took me a lot to run for CMC. At first I wasn't going to run, but my friends peer pressured me to run. Okay, not really, but I saw their determination in running for a CMC. So it gave me a bit of confidence. But overall, I'm still not a confident person. So how I plan to tackle that is that I will gain experience first. Because I believe that with experience, you learn every step of the way. And after you learn, you know how you can conquer your challenges when you face conflicts. And the first point also links to the second point, as I am an overthinker. Because I think about things a lot, and I always think about backup plans for things that will go wrong because I'm not confident. I'm not confident in my actions, so I believe that whenever I face problems, I will keep thinking about it and thinking about a backup plan to the problems. And how I plan to overcome this is also the same way, through experience. I think experience will really lead me. But of course, there are some things that I will face for the first time, and experience cannot help me in that. So of course, using my strengths as communication skills, I would ask around for help. I will ask the seniors. I'll ask maybe the rest of the SCMC to help me or give me advice so that I can plan my next course of action. Lastly, I think I'm highly critical in the sense that when I make a mistake, I will overthink a lot about it. And then I will lose confidence. So basically, my weaknesses are all linked, in a way. Yeah. How I plan on overcoming this highly critical problem is that I will check my work and I'll make sure that things are correct. But of course, I feel like with the help of others, they can also give me feedback on what is happening and what is going wrong. So I will not overthink and lose sense of lose my view of the main idea. Moving on to my visions, I believe as a hunter sec is a really background role where you don't really see the hunter sec because they are really in like the back and not in the spotlight. So I would like to play a part in my role as a backbone for the SCMC through my strengths of being meticulous, where I will check my work and try not to make any errors so that whenever someone were to ask me for help, they know that I will do my best and make sure that my work is up to standard. And my second vision is streamline processes. So for this point of time, I believe that specifically venue booking seems to not be very efficient. And I have a plan in place, although it's still developing. But my plan was to make a form that whoever who wants to book venues can submit the form. And this form will auto update a spreadsheet that will contain all the venues. It's an easier process, I believe, because the directors or whoever who comes to me for venues, they don't have to write out an email and it'll be easier to fill out a form. But of course, this can still be changed or up to the preferences of directors. But this is the plan that I would hope to achieve if I got elected as a undersec. And lastly, my vision, unity through support. I know this is a very strong belief and tradition in SCMC. So as someone who loves to participate in events, I hope that I will be able to participate in as many events as possible. Thank you.
Interesting play. You ready? 16 minutes and 36 seconds left of the presentation. You wish to end the presentation here?
Yes.
You have a proposal to open the Q&A for nominee Richard Singh Kai for portfolio of honorary general secretary for the 6 Club Management Committee, Stephen.
I suggest Stephen to data science and so propose to open the Q&A for nominee Richard Singh Kai for the portfolio of honorary general secretary for the 6 Commission.
You have a second about this motion?
I am not related to data science, so like any motion.
So, Richard Singh Kai, you now have 45 minutes for Q&A. Julian.
Hi, Julian. I'm ready to data science analytics. I have 2 questions for you. So for my first question, in a hypothetical scenario, in the middle of the design competition, the design has been publicized on social media for voting. However, a member of NGO is unhappy with the design and questions why he did not do a quality check before voting and wants you to take it down. Outline the course of action.
Can you repeat your question?
In a hypothetical scenario, in the middle of SFT design competition, the designs have been publicized on social media for voting. However, a member of the NPO is unhappy with the design and questions why you did not do a quality check before voting and wants you to take it down. It's online across the election.
Mini takers, can you update the time?
Can I clarify, has the voting passed yet or not?
No, the publicity is out.
So firstly, I would want to ask SDO in why they don't like the design. And I want them to like explain to me like specifically what part of the design they don't like. And then I will relay that information to comms director, making sure that she understands why like SDO doesn't like it. And I'll discuss with the comms director whether they want to change the design or not according to SDO, because I mean obviously SDO don't like it. So if the comms director is willing to change the design, then we can take down the post and redesign it. However, there's also a chance that they do not want to change the design, because maybe it's possible that they have put in a lot of effort. Subcoms, the communication director and the subcoms have put in a lot of effort in designing this.
And so he might be busy and not willing to spend more time on designing another shirt or another design. And so they might not have enough manpower in or resources in when they want to design it again. So they might say no. So if they were to say no, I think that we'll communicate with the SDO and the comms director will sit down together and we'll have a discussion and tell like SDO that to discuss with SDO like saying the reasons why the comms director doesn't want to take it down. And we'll see what we can do about it because but before like and also our telecoms director to also like if we were to change the design, we can tell the comms director to take down the posts or the designs that they posted on like whatever social media account and telling the voters that this competition has been pushed on to a later date. If not, we can but if they were to not change the design, we'll take down the design. Yeah.
As for my second question, comment on this statement. The Honorary General Secretary is a redundant role, as each subcommittee has their own secretaries and the VPs themselves can move the venues for that direction.
Sorry, can I check the VP can book their own venue? Okay. Firstly, I think that's not true because at Conjensec, you're like the main point of communication with all the stakeholders, like SDO, when it comes to venue booking. So it will be very messy if you have all the subcom secretary and VPs to each email the SDO whenever they want to book venues. So as a Conjensec, it's like I am the main point of communication between the SMC and SEO when it comes to venue booking. And it's also easier for SEO because they don't have to contact and find each person because they can just contact you or like the Conjensec so that they can relay the message to the whoever who's asking for the venues. And also Conjensec tracks the venues that each person books. And there's always possible situations where more than one party will fight for the same venues at the same time. So as a Conjensec, I'm like a middleman and I have no biases because I have no subcon. So I'm not biased and I can de-escalate the situation because we can all sit down together and I will not be like siding one specific subcoms. Rather, I'm more of a middleman that understands both point of view and I can choose who I give priority to when I give the venues. So for example, maybe the FOPs, they require a larger venue because they need more space compared to like a smaller event. So I can give priority to the one that needs a bigger venue because they need more space, or like it's easier for me to help deconfliction when it comes to venue booking when someone comes to me first. So it's like a first come first serve basis if they have the same priority. So as a Conjensec, it's like not only do I deconflict situations whenever there are more than one parties fighting for the same venue, but also I help to track the venues where like specific time when like people come to me to book venues at specific times and I will write it down. So it's easier for everyone to know to come to this person, which is a Conjensec. When they want to book venues, then I can tell them, because I track the venues, I can tell them which are available, which venues are available, and which venues are not available at a certain point of time. Yeah.
So my presentation, yes, you mentioned that you enjoy doing background work, which includes planning events. So my first question is, which events that the Conjensec plans you think can be better planned? My second question is, in what way can these events be better planned? I'll repeat my question. Which events that the Conjensec plans you think can be better planned? My second question is, in what way do you think these events can be better planned?
So I believe I assist in the subcom gathering, subcom committee, and subcom reunion. But I want to focus on subcom gathering because I know it's like intercom, they promote inter-subcom bonding through like games and stuff. But as I currently know, mostly subcoms work within the subcoms and not with other subcoms, except for like rare times. So I mean like this inter-subcom bonding is not very useful, and I would like to change it to more within subcom bonding. It could be like, rather than a one-day event, it could be changed to like, for example, a 3-day camp where like you group people where on the first day we maybe have within subcom games or competitions where each subcom will have will fight and compete against other subcoms. And then this will promote bonding within the subcom so that they can get to know each other better when they work together in the future. And then for day 2 and day 3, it's more of like since like you want to promote science club as a whole, I think inter-subcom relationship is also important, and I believe that many people would want to make friends, and some people join science club to make friends as well. So I think inter-subcom bonding is still important to a certain extent. That's why on the second and third day, I believe we could change it up, because on the first day is like bonding within the subcom, and then on second and third day, you can change it to inter-subcom bonding, where like we could group the people in different ways. For example, you can group them based on their interests. So like people who like to play sports, then they will group together. It could be like anyone from different subcultures group together, and then you can go play games, like whether be it sports games or like their interests can be like computer games. Then they can go play computer games together. If not, you can also group them based on their major. Where like I believe people will want to know more people or friends from the same major so that we can go lectures together or whatever. So you can group like anyone from the subcoms into the same major, and then they can bond inter-subcom together. And then you can like have this people from the same major compete with people from another major. And then to like make sure they like have more motivation to participate. You could also like at the end of the day let them win prizes, like so that they'll be like more inclined to participate in the events or the games that you plan. However, I do consider that since you're changing this from like a 1 day thing to like a example 3 day thing, it might reduce the, it might increase the cost and manpower and resources that we need to organize this event, because like adding on 2 days definitely needs more planning, more time and more manpower, because you need to plan for 3 days. And then resources where like these prizes, we need to get more prizes, so we need to spend more money to get more prizes. So this can be a consideration if we were to change this subcon gathering to a 3 day thing. How I plan to overcome these cost, resources, logistic problems might be we could get better sponsors. Yeah.
I, together Gabriel, to Science Analytics, have 2 questions for you. So for the first question, the context is a bit long, so pay attention. During graduation season in June, July roughly, the Office of Field Affairs, OSA, called for a sudden meeting with NUS-wide campus, stating that there will be a revamp of the looking system. One of the reasons given is that the past 6 year records of the previous batches were not accurately and consistently updated. This announcement has caused many issues with the place, one being you receiving an influx of emails complaining that their records were not reflected on their transcripts, many of which are students who will be graduating soon and they require their transcripts urgently for employment. Given that this issue has not happened before and that OSA is also unable to adequately advise you on this, outline the approach in resolving this unprecedented issue. So I'll repeat for the many papers. It's nearing graduation season. The Office of Field Affairs, OSA, called for a sudden meeting with NUS-wide Gen-Sec, stating that there will be a revamp of the losing system. One of the reasons given is that past 6 year records and previous batches were not accurately and consistently updated. This announcement has caused many issues with the place, one being you receiving an influx of emails complaining that their records were not reflected on their transcripts, many of which are students who will be graduating soon and they require their transcripts urgently for employment. Given that this issue has not happened before and that OSA is also unable to adequately advise you on this, outline an approach in resolving this unprecedented issue.
Firstly, I will compile all the emails and records into a spreadsheet and write down, list down each records of each student all in one spreadsheet. And then I will keep it somewhere. And then also, since it's a NUS wide thing, I will also contact the other Gen Techs from other faculties and see what they will do as well, gaining some ideas from them, because maybe they have like a better idea on how to do it. And also, I would I would email the graduating students and explain to them what's happening and tell them about how NUS Sync is having system problems. So this might take a while. And also I will contact USA to see if they can predict how long this system will break down and will work again, so that I can inform the graduating students. And then as for the spreadsheet containing all the students' records, I will be sending it to OSA because I already compiled all the missing records for them, so that when the system comes back up, then they can fill it in. But then in the future, I will make sure that student records are keyed into the system ASAP. Or there is no missed out records that I did not put into the system.
Moving on to my second question. Comment on the following statement. Other science students are not allowed to sit at one of the tables in Science Students Hub 2, and it is traditionally regarded as the camp table. I repeat, comment on the following statement. Other science students are not allowed to sit at one of the tables in Science Students Hub 2, and it is traditionally regarded as the camp table.
Scam.
I have a proposal for 15 minutes time extension for Q&A. Please, sir.
I introduce using the data science analytics, so also 15 minutes time extension. Okay.
I have a second for this motion, Alvin.
I have not already looked at analytics, so I second.
Can you repeat your question?
I'll repeat my question. Comment on the following statement. Other science students are not allowed to sit at one of the tables in Science Student Hub 2 as it is traditionally regarded as the scam table.
I believe this is not a big problem because I don't think there's been students complaining about it. But of course, if in the case that there were people with strong objections and want to sit on that table, strongly believe that they should be able to sit on that table. And I will also have a discussion with the SCAM team and see if they can relocate their stuff to somewhere else and find like a space for them to move their things. But as for now, SSH has other tables, so it's not really exclusive to SCAM. And like students can sit at other tables. But also, SSH is not the only place that have spaces for science students, because you can also go to like the club room. So it's not really exclusive in a sense. Yeah.
Hi, enthusiast Gibson here to Data Science and Analytics. I have two questions for you. For my first question, due to the excessive purchase of science fact tea, most of the science fact tea remain unsold. Therefore, a large amount of budget allocated to science club is wasted, which can be put into better use in other subcommittees. Comments.
I believe to solve this problem can have a pre-order form where I think using pre-order form and like showing the number of people that are interested in purchasing this shirt so that we can have a rough estimate or gauge to the number of shirts that people will order. So it's possible. So it's easier for us to choose a number of shirts that we want to buy in the future so that we don't waste money. Or in another case, you can also do it in like a first come first serve where we sell it in batches. So we can tell like the science students that the number of shirts are limited. So first come first serve basis, if we really want a shirt, order early, then we don't have to get too many shirts. And we can buy in like limited batches. So like in the case that the first batch sold out, and then we can ask the students if there are people that still want the shirt, then we can order another batch of shirts. So in this way is less likely to waste budget. Or we can, since like every year there's a science fact shirt, so we can use the past year's data or the number of shirts as a reference number so that we know that this year we don't have to order so many shirts. But also, if there is an excess number of science fact shirts that is not sold, we can also sell it like the next year or the following year, because when new batches come in, maybe they'll have more interest as compared to previous batches, and they might like the design. So at the end of the day, we're still earning back the money that we wasted at the start.
I have a chemistry. Have one question for you. You mentioned that you want to join SCMC because you want to make friends, step out of the comfort zone, and contribute to the science faculty. Given that the 100 sex rule is more administrative and remote, will you elaborate more on how you intend to achieve those goals as a 100 sex? To repeat for minute takers, you mentioned that you want to join SCMC because you want to make more friends, step out of your comfort zone, and contribute to the science faculty. Given that the 100 secretaries role is more administrative and remote, could you elaborate more on how you would intend to achieve these goals as a 100 sec?
STMC has a really strong, or the science club in general has a really strong tradition of unity through participation. I know that through participating in events together as the whole STMC will bring us closer together because we'll see each other's face very often. So, and through working together to plan events or like communicate with each other to achieve each of our visions and goals, we will get to know each other more personally throughout the year. So this way it's easy for me to make friends with them and get closer to them. So at the end of the day, I hope that SMC could become one big family. And for the point that I want to step out of my comfort zone, because as someone with no confidence, I'm not the type of person that would approach people that I don't know first. So I think joining SCMC will get me to develop my confidence as a person. Because I know that whenever I face issues, I will have to contact any one of the SCMC members or subcoms directors. So this way, when I approach them, I will get used to the feeling of stepping out of my comfort zone and gaining confidence. And through these experiences, I can trial and error and develop as a person so that I will gain more confidence whenever I make an action and step up to help out with any initiatives that other directors might have. And when I say like step out of my comfort zone, I mean like, as I said just now, like I'm scared to approach new people. So like I feel like making these friends in the CMC, they can give me confidence and they can give me feedback and support. So like we will be encouraging together, like build an encouraging family society and help each other so that whenever I have problems or like I feel scared and I don't want to step out of my comfort zone, I know that they will be at the back supporting me. Yeah.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee, Rachel Smith Curry, for portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46 Science Club Management Committee season.
This is season year 2 data science analytics. We want to propose to close the Q&A for the nominee, Rachel Smith Curry, for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
I have a second for this motion, Alvin.
I have a year 2 data analytics. Would like to
Okay, guys, so listen up. In the interest of everybody's welfare, we'll have a 3-minute toilet break. Wait, we have a 3-minute toilet break. But during this period of time, everyone has to leave their phones here, and you are not to communicate when you go toilet. Understand? And at no point should there be any communication in the toilet, on the way to the toilet, or on the way back. Okay? So, we have a proposal for a 3-minute break from 15:36 to 15:41. Sorry. To 15:39. Stephen? Six. May I have a second for this motion, Alvin?
I have a year 2 data analytics. So that's an motion.
Okay, go. Leave your phones here. No talking.
I think that. No. 46 is they're all back, minus Rachel. Okay, can. May I have a proposal to resume the internal elections for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen? May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin? That's Ian, Lina, you have 30 minutes for your presentation and 45 minutes for your Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start the timer when she starts presenting.
Test. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tansian Rina, pronounced Rina, not Reina, and I'll be running for Honorary General Secretary today. So this is a table of content, very brief about me, my experiences, strengths and weaknesses, my SCMC, my 100 sec, and my vision. So more about me. I'm a year 1 doing data science and analytics, and I stay at Residential College 4, which has a systems thinking approach. I enjoy traveling and going for concerts and musicals a lot. I went for 9 concerts and 3 musicals in the past 2 years. So I think, yeah, it shows that I really like concerts and musicals, especially with it now. Yeah. Recent development is that I am now an extrovert. I used to be an ISFJ, but after coming to uni and meeting everyone and being in so many different social groups, I've changed to be an extrovert person by like a few percent only. Next, I came from Singapore Polytechnic with a diploma in engineering with business. So that makes me a 05 this year. Okay? I was born in 05. Yeah. Then, my leadership style is more servant leader, which I will get into when I talk about my past experiences. And I went for SCAM and RAG, RAG being as someone in costumes. So I did a lot of sewing, gluing, pasting, that kind of thing. Yeah. Some pictures. So that's my family there in Tokyo and Hokkaido. Then concert, costumes. I cook. This is my graduation with my sister. That is from my recent trip to Denmark. And then that picture up there is me at canopy jump. I think this shows that I'm quite up for challenges when I have to, and it's spontaneous in a sense. Yeah, I was clearly suffering a bit lah. Yeah. Next, so past experiences. So in secondary school, I was an IJ girl. Sorry, I am an IJ girl. I was vice president of student council. So this experience was my very first touch with leadership as a whole. And in IJ culture, they bring you up with the servant leadership mindset, whereby you serve others and prioritize their needs before yours. And that being my first touch with leadership, it really shaped the way I go about leading and thinking about my day-to-day interactions as well. So as VP, I collaborated with external stakeholders such as Red Cross, as seen by this picture here with like the blood mascot. And then also internally, we do a lot of morning duties, more managing subcoms, and working with other student leaders to do school-wide events. Then I was also in band as a percussionist. Still can't play the drums, but I was a percussionist, and I was a librarian there. Small role, but very organizational. Yeah. Then following that interest and commitment of leadership experiences, I in Singapore Polytechnic, I joined Triple EC. Triple EC is similar to this FOS club, science club, where it's a faculty club. So it's a constituent club as well. So I'm familiar with the flow and hierarchy level of how a club operates usually. As a welfare subcommittee member, I did a lot of more internal events that's catered to just the club. And then I was also a publicity member where I designed that very yellow picture. Yeah. Then after 1 year of being a subcommittee member, I was offered the role of vice president. It's a very big jump from being welfare subcom member, but I took it upon myself to just try. If I don't try, I'll never know. So as VP, it was more managerial. I provided a lot of administrative support and was the advisor for most events in terms of planning and execution. I also did proposal vetting, proposal submission, and had to communicate a lot with the school director to really get approved, to allow him to understand what our events are also. Then we also maintain club relations internally and externally with other faculties or other acads in this case, and even like the student union or sports committee example. Then proudest achievement of that was Triple EC actually was awarded an excellence award for our way of leading and execution of events, as seen from the award ceremony here. Yeah, and then all these pictures are like my committee and like myself as a committee member of the camp as well. Yeah. So my strengths and weaknesses. So first, I think I'm quite organized in a sense that I think it's really stems from the way I was brought up. To give context, my dad was a Navy guy. So being someone in the Navy, he is very strict on me and the way I do things, and it really allowed me to be more disciplined with myself as well. Even the simplest thing as making your bed in the morning, you must make your bed, otherwise you cannot start your day right. That kind of discipline. And being organized, I manage my responsibilities and ensure that tasks are always completed on time. Next, I'm reflective. So I make it a point of myself to reflect on my experiences and interactions with others day to day. Like, oh no, should I have not said that, or should I have done this instead? And I think of ways to not make the same mistake and always remind myself of like what to do and not to do. Yeah. So this is also sort of a growth mindset in life. Yeah. Next, I'm not afraid to seek help. I think there's no shame in asking for help. Everyone here wants to learn, and I believe everyone has a kind heart to help one another. So acknowledging you need help is the first step you take to overcome any tough times you face. So as I'm not afraid, and I think I have good social awareness because I am attuned to the people around me, and I know how to read the room, I would say, and it kind of reflects my communication style depending on who I talk to, and it also, I believe, builds an inclusive environment for the rest. Next, I cannot be all good, so I have some weaknesses as well. They don't sound like weaknesses here, but I will explain. So empathetic, I think I am quite emotional, where sometimes I let emotions get ahead of myself. So I take it as a way that I think too deep and I feel too deep. So to overcome this, I try not to bottle my feelings and to, in a sense, seek help when needed, and try my best to rationalize it, internalize my thoughts before making any rash decisions. Next, analytical. Not because I know I'm DSA, but analytical in the sense that I overthink and tend to jump the gun. So to overcome that, I would try to speak out and seek different alternatives and different point of views to clarify or resolve conflicts. Yeah. Next is detail dependent. I think I am quite forgetful. Yeah, so I rely a lot on details to really remind myself of what I need to do and when I need to do things. So for once, my calendar is, I go by hour, like this hour I'm doing this hour I'm doing that. And then I also make use of things like Notion, my notes app, to really keep me on task. Yeah. So next, why SCNC? Sorry, can I drink? So I went for SCM and reg for my whole summer, of which I met a lot of science individuals, and I still feel a deep sense of connection with the people I meet in science. For example, here we have SCM group who I still am close to, costumes who I still rely on for like emotional support sometimes, and then I believe that these people I meet have become like the tightest people I have in my uni life so far. And because of this connection, and the way I see like the seniors interact through the FOPs, I feel a sense of community in a way. And it's something that I deeply value and want to contribute back to, so that the incoming freshmen or even current undergrads can experience within their year of studies. Yeah. Also, SCMC being a faculty constituent club, it's a good place for personal growth where I can gain new and fresh experiences, for me to develop myself and learn from others who are of certain experiences as well. Yeah. So why on GenSec? I believe I'm suitable for the role because I am a structured and organized individual who thrive well in a structured work environment, which is of that of the GenSec, that has a very administrative and systematic way of working and doing things. So it aligns with my working style that is both individual and collaborative, in the sense that I feel like I work best and quickest alone. But I also am open-minded to collaborate with others and chip in when needed. Yeah. I am able to manage schedules, keep records, meet deadlines, and communicate with stakeholders, which is needed as a GenSec. But I have not been a GenSec before. So I'm still relatively new to the scope that a GenSec covers, but I believe that I am up for the challenge that is ahead of me, and my prior experience in secondary school and polytechnic will guide me well for this role. So more about my vision. Personally, I would like to increase professionalism in the sense that I don't jump the gun too much, and I have a more solution-oriented way of thinking. Next is to also forge strong friendships with the people I meet in science or even outside of science when there's a need to collaborate or communicate with other stakeholders. Next, for the Faculty of Science, is to create a student experience where students feel belonged. What I mean by this is, within my job scope, example, the rooms, not many students know that the rooms actually open to them. And for that, I would like to cultivate that sense that they're actually open to come to the room anytime, not anytime, within a certain time that they want. And it's a safe space for them to either communicate with their friends, do their work, etc., or like whole meetings. Next is to have well-organized events to contribute to a vibrant university life through the events that is more than just studying. For SCMC, is to uphold a good reputation through quality events and quality individuals. So quality events being that we look at every aspect of the event, be it the safety aspect or the time frame aspect, that it is well executed, and the way we carry ourselves as individuals representing science club. Next is to be respected by others, because I feel that there may be a group of people who think that, being in the SCMC, you're just saikang. You're doing work that people don't want to do. But yet, we are also contributing towards their vibrant student life. And I wish that this will be ingrained in all these individuals so that there's a decency level of respect to us as SCMC. Next, as a Honjan Sec, I aspire to be reliable and trusted, because I understand that the Honjan Sec is the foundational role of every event you need, or the administrative backbone support of a club. So I aspire to be trusted by y'all, and you can count on me. Yeah. Next is to be transparent, because I think when it comes to negotiations and communicating with other stakeholders, it's important to be transparent in the way I think, or the way the club came to this conclusion. Yeah, and that links to being effective in communication, where we don't blur the lines. Yeah. Next, to end off with a quote. My quote is, "Every day may not be good, but there's something good in every day." In every day. So it resonates with me, because I know that I may not always have perfect days, but I will always choose to look at the brighter side of things. And this quote keeps me grounded in life, so that I don't spiral out of control. And I think it can be transcended into the SCMC context, where us as SCMC are always faced with multiple challenges, and you will never know what to expect sometimes. But hey, there is good in every day. Just have to look for it. Yeah, and remind each other. Yeah. That's all. Q&A. Yeah.
Rina, you have 14 minutes and 1 second left for the presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation?
Yes.
We have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee, Councillor Ian Rina, for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46 Science Management Committee. Seated.
Hi, this is Susan. We are the data science analytics. So let's open the Q&A for the portfolio of Honorary General Secretary for the 46 Science Management.
You have a seconder for this motion, David.
I want to do data science analytics, so I second this motion.
Sorry.
Javier.
Hi, Javier Gabriel, who represents analytics, and 2 questions for you. So for your first question, in a hypothetical scenario, in the middle of the science faculty design competition, the designs have been publicized on social media for voting by the science population. However, a member of the XDO is unhappy with the designs and question why you did not do a quality check before voting and wants you to take it down. Outline the course of action.
Sorry, and wants me to make it.
And wants you to take it down.
Take it down. Okay, so to confirm your question, hypothetically during science fact key period, the design was uploaded on social media and SDO is unhappy with the design because it wasn't, they want to take it down. What's my course of action?
The design is uploaded for voting.
For voting. Okay. Given that the request came from SDO directly, I will first take that into consideration and take down the post first to prevent further escalation. But after taking it down, I will speak to SDO with the comms director, since Science Fact Key is work between the NUS and the comms director, and possibly the president if needed, and then figure out why SDO thinks that the design is inappropriate. But on my end, I will try my best with the comms director to push that be vetted through the design. But if we actually did overlook any design aspects of the chosen design, we will apologize and see where the SEO came from. Next, since there's voting involved, and the design may not be the best, the design may not be the one that SEO approves in the end, right? I will halt the voting as well, so as to prevent any escalation. But of course, I can't do this just by clicking one button. So I will communicate with the comms director to publish any social media posts or email blast to explain and be transparent about why we are taking down the either taking down the post or pausing the voting. Not 100% transparent. Of course, you don't have to elaborate that, because SEO doesn't approve of the design, but we due to unforeseen circumstances, this happened. So after that, I'll look through the other designs available, submitted by the student population, and propose any alternatives with SDO, the comms director, and maybe the president, to see if there's one that SDO approves more. And then hopefully within just a few working days, like maybe 2 to 3 working days, another design the approved designs can be uploaded. The students are aware that there's a new form or new list of designs that are on the form, and we'll carry on with the voting. Yeah. Consequences of this might be students or the designers themselves, those who designed the shirt, being unhappy that their design got taken down. In that case, I will, with the comms director again, contact that student and try to be transparent on why SEO says that, maybe certain design regulations weren't in place in this particular design. And hopefully that the student will understand where we came from and not escalate the situation further. Should there be escalation, since after all there is a science T involved, we can do free t-shirt for the person, for those who designed. Yeah, that's my course of action. Thank you.
As for my second question, comment on the statement. The on-gen tech is a redundant role, as each committee has their own secretary and the VPs themselves can book the venues for their directors. To repeat, comment on the statement. The on-gen tech is a redundant role, as each committee has their own secretary and the vice presidents themselves can book the venues for their directors.
answer that statement. So statement is the Hunt and Sack is a redundant role as each subcom has their own secretary and vice presidents can book the venues themselves. I believe that the Hunt and Sack is not a redundant role. The Hunt and Sack is the backbone of many administrative matters and events of science club, and it's also the centralized individual who has access to, for example, a different NUSync view or like access to booking venue platforms that others don't have. Then you might argue, okay, so I can give the VPs the access to these venues, right? But there also comes the concern that, oh, so many VPs with additional, they already have their own job scopes to look after too. So should they really be expected to take on this additional role of venue booking, where they already have so much to do and so much to manage, so many directors under them. And venue booking itself can be, given it's a online, let's say for the portal role, so I can remember, okay, the sports venue booking portal, so having so many people on that one platform may result in system lag, and you won't get your venue after that kind of thing. Then, if you, let's say other secretaries also have that same responsibility, it's also a similar concept of too many cooks will ruin the soup, that kind of analogy. And I believe that the Hunt and Sack is more than just venue booking. We also do things, the Hunt and Sack also has the responsibility to enforce PDPA on all sensitive information for one. And then there's also the management of like your club rooms, your cleanliness of your rooms, the who comes in and out, or let's say equipment, you need your first aid. You can't go to any VP for that. At least there's one centralized human being here to tell you where to go, what to do, when to do this. So I believe that it's not a redundant role. One may think it's a sideline role, but it's a systematic role that supports the whole SCMC as a whole. Yeah.
I'd like to ask you one question. You mentioned that you want to create a sense of belonging, safe space, vibrant daily life in science faculty. Given that the role of the Hunt and Sack is very administrative and remote, how will you go about achieving those goals?
Thank you. So to answer your question on my vision for the Faculty of Science, yes, the Hunt and Sack is a more remote and individual role. But coming into this, I am more than a Hunt and Sack, but also a SCMC member, where I have the responsibility to also be involved in other events as a SCMC member. So regarding safe space, I took this quite literal with, let's say, the study rooms, the club rooms, that kind. It's a safe space in the sense that you can come in freely, but also respect the rules and regulations of these spaces and maintain its cleanliness. So it's safe for everyone to use and open to science students to use. Regarding sense of belonging and vibrant student life, as an SCMC member, I think we all know that we have to attend each other's events, not because it's compulsory, but because we chose to do this. So as an individual, I can also only do this much. But I believe in ripple effect, where if I were to attend an event, let's say I attend SCAM as a senior, and then I am energetic and I am actively participating, I believe that one person doing so can result in a ripple effect in many others doing so, and hence cultivating fun and for all science students to see and also be a part of in. Yeah. Also, as a as STMC member, I can provide back-end suggestions if needed when other directors or even the president, other VPs come to me and need a neutral point of view or a just another perspective. That's when I can provide my one little suggestion or just support in that sense. So it may not be the most front end, such as the director roles, but as a back end individual, I can also support the front end, which in turn contributes to the student life. Yeah, thank you.
I, David Kandre, leader to Health and Statistics, have 2 questions for you. So my first question is a bit lengthy, so into selection. So for context, it's nearing graduation season between June and July. The Office of Field Affairs (OSA) called for a silent meeting with NUS-wide Gen Sec, stating that there will be a revamp of the music system. One of the reasons given is that the class 6 records of previous lectures were not accurately and consistently updated. This announcement has caused many issues to surface, one being you receiving an influx of emails complaining that their records were not reflected on their transcripts, many of which are students who will be graduating soon and they require their transcripts urgently for employment. Given that this issue has not happened and that OSA is also unable to adequately advise you on this, outline your approach in resolving this unprecedented issue.
Is that one question?
Yes, one question.
So there's a second one.
You want a second one?
I answer one first.
Okay, so my approach to this unexpected situation. Firstly, to those students who emailed me regarding their transcript, I'll be very direct with them and transparent that I am unable to provide the whole list as of now due to the NUS thing being revamped. And then seek for their patience and also attach a Microsoft form. So since NUS thing is down or revamping, there isn't a other platform now for them to input their submit their anything to our GenSec site. So Microsoft Form being the next safest platform, but of course there's a note that PDPA. So before they submit any form, PDPA. Then in the form, I will ask them for like their NUS ID, email, their name, course of study, and when they need the transcript by. So and if they can also remember what events or vocations they have and participated in before. Then tapping it onto help on how to consolidate this information, I'll look for the P cell firstly, being the president, inform him of this change. If the VPs are free to help, also the VPs, and Conti if Conti is available. And following the urgency of when each student needs their transcript by, we will sort in that manner of urgency of like which month they need. So this being in June to July, I understand that a lot of freshman programs are in place and hence directors, SCAM-style directors, rec directors, flag director, all these will be very busy. So I will inform them of the situation to keep them in the loop because after all, these affect the whole faculty of science, those graduating. But I won't expect them to be actively helping solve the situation. Then at the same time, I will try my best to push student affairs to be quick with the NUSing situation, and if needed, contact SDO for any of their for the student records, because I believe that SDO should have a list of each student and their roles and clubs that events have participated in. Once everything, the information is in place, I will disseminate them to the relevant students needed and thank them for the understanding, of course, and hopefully, and then wish them all the best in like happy grad. Yeah. I think that's my approach. Yeah. Thank you.
For my second question, in a hypothetical scenario, one of the best club FOP project director has requested to borrow a plastic kit from the VPR, and the VPR agreed to it without informing you. It is one day before the arranged plastic kit collection, and you got to know of such an arrangement. What are your thoughts and outline your course of action? Outline your course of action?
Okay.
To repeat, in a hypothetical scenario, one of the best club FOP project directors has requested to borrow a plastic kit from the VPR. To clarify, it's science club VPR, and the VPR agreed to it without informing you. It's one day before the arranged plastic kit collection, and you got to know of such an arrangement. Outline the course of action.
have extension of a Q&A, please, sir.
This is just year 2 data science and analytics. Would like to propose for 15 minutes Q&A. Have extended the Q&A.
I have a second for this one. After this.
I very much away year 2 data science for the second motion.
Okay, so to answer your question, firstly, I would communicate directly with the VPR to understand why was there a need for the first aid kit to be loaned out to FAIRS. If yes, the reasonings are justified, I would agree for it to be lent to FAIRS because I understand that FAIRS and science are under one big CHS umbrella where we help each other, especially in terms of FOP venues. There's no need for admin fee for that. So in that case, I will support them in their needs. But of course, I will want to know why do they, why they need it, when they need it, how long they need it for, and where are they using it. With all this in mind, then I will keep track of the dates and ensure that it's also being returned the day that they said it will be returned, and that all items in the first aid kit, you tell me what they use, and then I can replenish from there also. It is not justified. I'll explain to the VPR, to task explain to the FAIRS PD, VPD, why I don't think it's justifiable, and hopefully they can seek an alternative solution within their club or their own dean's office. And then ultimately, because I knew it one day before the collection, right? And I think it's not justified. I have the leeway to prevent that meetup from happening, to stop that meetup from happening so that our first aid kit isn't borrowed to them in the end because it's unjustified reasons. Ultimately, I would still stress the importance to the DPR and the SCMC as a whole so that everyone is aware of this, is aware that we should not be lending our science club equipment so easily. Because after all, I'm pretty sure FAIRS, let's say first aid kit, FAIRS has their own first aid kit, we have our own first aid kit. We also need our first aid kits for our own programs. So
it's not the most viable solution. And yeah, so but to justify whether they need first aid kit, I have to also check with the SCMC directors here if they need the first aid kit. If yes, we can have the option to lend out one first aid kit just to help us, then okay. I mean, I'm sure they need to be safe in their events too. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, German Tanjia here to licenses. I have one question for you. So I'll be providing some context first. The conference room in SSH1 is currently used by the Science Club for storage of items such as shirts and equipment. So in a hypothetical scenario, the ADCCs or some of the ADCCs wish to utilize the conference room for storage, claiming that they do not have enough space and stating that the conference room should not be exclusive to the Science Club. However, some of the Science Club directors object to this idea as they are afraid that their items will be taken by the ADCCs. What's the course of action? For mini takers, the conference room in SSH1 is mainly used by Science Club for storage of items such as shirts and equipment. In a hypothetical scenario, some ADCCs wish to utilize the conference room for storage, claiming that they do not have enough space and stating that the conference room should not be exclusive to the Science Club. However, some of the directors object to this idea as they are afraid that their items will be taken by the ADCCs. What is the course of action?
Okay, so to answer your question, firstly, I would communicate with the VBR and bring in the president so that the president is kept in the loop of what's going on within the science lab facilities. From the VBR, I want to understand why the ADCCs wish to utilize the space. I know because there's not enough storage. Okay, what kind of items are they storing? How long do they need to store these items for? Yeah, these two are my main things I want to find out. And regarding the director's concerns about their items being stolen, I think valid reason because theft can happen anywhere, anytime. But it can be prevented in a sense that we can allocate certain spaces of the conference room for certain SCMC side of things and then ADCCs. This can include lockers, space, cable ties, etc. Should directors in the end, like when we discuss the whole SCMC, because after all, it is a shared space with all of us, and the majority rejects the idea of allowing them to use the room. I can understand why, because if there are 10 ADCCs, if we allow one ADCC, we have to allow all 10. You cannot allow one, then you certainly cannot, so you don't allow the others. So I understand that as well. And I would suggest them to, from understanding they have their own tables and spaces at the SSH as well. And it looks cluttered, to be honest. So I would advise them to clear away all items that they don't need, make space, because we are also only limited with so much space we have in life. So just clear away your old items, maybe use it for your own events, do giveaways, and then make the space for your new items that need to be stored. Yeah, so if the directors are okay with them all 10 having the items in the room, then I do want to know what kind of items they want to store and how long they need it for. How long being my consideration for that is, let's say the life science side want to use it for 1 month here, then can the other ADCC, for example, data science and economics, use it for the other month then? So they take turns and share that space for them. But that's of course if as a whole SCMC we agree and allow them to use the room. Because I believe that it is still a shared space with all of us and not just the Hygienic call to allow or disallow it. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Year 2 data analytics have one question for you. So in a hypothetical scenario, the right director comes to you to ask you to make the using form for the freshman signups in summer. But you were only informed when the signups are supposed to begin in 2 days. Outline your course of action, given that the right director asks you to start sign up on time. You repeat the question. In a hypothetical scenario, the right director comes to you to make the using sign-up form for freshman sign-ups in summer, but you were only informed when the sign-ups are supposed to begin 2 days later. Outline a course of action given that the right director says he wants to start the sign-ups on time.
Okay, so to answer your question about the REC sign-up forms, I understand that it is crucial for a REC sign-up form to be published on time due to the nature of REC auditions. So I would definitely want the form to be uploaded within that 2-day time frame. So in order to do that, I would sit down with the REC director and the president to vet through the form together and to highlight if there were any overlooked areas regarding the form inputs. But to do that and streamline the whole process, I would ask if REC already has an existing form that they have and template to follow for me to input into NUSync. If yes, then okay, great, it'll be much faster. But if no, then okay, yes, sit down and we'll do it together. Because 2 days, I believe, is enough for 3 people, 3 minds to come together and make sure that everything is in form, in like well placed. And then hopefully the form will be submitted on time. If the form isn't submitted on time, and if the form can't be published on time within that 2-day time frame, and there's a lot of delay, I would of course have to be transparent with the REC director and the REC team, because I understand it will cause a negative ripple effect to the whole team and their recruitment of individuals. But that can also be supported in a sense where we do enough publicity for REC itself, which I think is crucial in the scam segments and maybe even sub segments, so that I can leverage on the directors and the committee to really push out REC as an event, make sure the whole population of freshmen is aware that REC is a thing, so that no matter whether the sign-up form is only available for 1 week or 2 weeks, people are already aware of the event and will automatically, maybe not automatically, but will be able to make a decision whether they want to join or not immediately, quicker enough than whether the form is there for like early or not. Because a form can be there, but with no publicity to the form, then there's no point being the form uploaded early. So that can also, hence publicity in a sense to cover up for any late uploading of the form can be done as well. Yeah.
I agree with the two questions for you. So for my first question, comment on the following statement. Other science students are not allowed to sit at one of the tables in Science Learning Club 2, as it is traditionally regarded as a scam table.
The club room.
Yeah, XXX2 is not.
Okay, so to repeat your statement, other science students are not allowed to sit at the club room table because it's reserved for SCAM. And my thoughts on this statement. Okay. I think this statement is valid when depending on the time frame or when it happens. So let's say it's exam season and students need to study. Of course, the table shouldn't be reserved for SCAM that is way after the exam season. And hence, yes, priority will be given to science students to come to the room and sit at the table to study because they need the space. Let's say the time frame is now SCAM weeks, 2 to 3 weeks leading up to SCAM, and they need the space so that it's convenient for them and it's easier for them to direct their materials at. Then I would understand why there's a table or space reserved for SCAM. But this also comes with the consideration that if there is a table for SCAM, then there has to be a table for SAL, REC, FLAG, so and so. So with that, I guess within the directors of each FOP, we can, and myself and the president, we can come to a solution where use a certain area of the space during a certain time frame, and you let me know when you're using it, so that when you're not in here, then okay, I'll come and use the space. But if you come here first and enter the room first and you quote unquote reserve the space first, then first come first serve in that sense for the preparations of camp. But there also needs to be a guideline in the sense that you can't reserve, not you can't, but when you reserve a space and then leave it unattended for long periods of time, then when other directors or committees want to use it, it's also unfair to these committees. And thus, it is okay to give up the space for other camps or other students to use it in that sense. Yeah. And your second question.
Okay, so for my follow-up question, you have mentioned that science students are able to use the tables in a certain period of time. So let's say you have put it up to so you have received complaints that some science students are bringing their friends from other faculties into the science student hub, resulting in a lack of space for other science students. Outline your course of action.
Okay,
To answer your question about science students bringing in other faculty students into the room, and I received a complaint. So it being a complaint, it needs to be needs to be conveyed to the president, so that the president is aware of the good and bad feedback that's coming into science club. So together with the president, I would say that the priority is given to science students always, because this is the faculty of science. You don't have business things here at all, for example. And with that, I would, if there are already students of other faculties in the room, I won't ask them to leave immediately, because I know that they could be in the middle of something important, but to leave by a certain time. At this time, then okay, we'll check in again whether you are there or not. And then after that, once we have cleared like those current students in the room, it's also good to prevent such things from happening again. In that sense, where we have preventive measures basically. So one way can be to re-emphasize to the whole science, the SEMC, that the science club room is priorities given to science students, of course. And then there shouldn't be other faculty students using the room. And then we can do manual check-ins on them to see, are you science or not? I know it can be a bit micromanaging in a sense, but it is important, because after all, we are serving the science student body. We are not serving other faculty student body. So it's important that you put their needs above ours in this case. Then, that's the manual side of things, but to also tap onto technology and social media, the comms director can also blast emails or through more engaging and fun social media content to re-emphasize to the student population, that yes, the room is only for science and you cannot bring your friends of other faculties in. Yeah. Hope that answered the question.
I'm Yu Wei, year 1 mathematics. So I propose you a question. Supposedly, welfare wants to use pit stop for a wellness event, but it clashes with ARC's career readiness week event. Both directors approach you to assist with deconfliction. Outline your course of action.
What is the welfare event?
A wellness event.
Wellness event. Is there any specific ARC event?
They want it for their career readiness week.
Career readiness.
In the interest of time, ask one more question.
Okay.
I didn't ever go here 2 days and analytics. So one question for you. So 4 days before the Halloween event, we find that most of the bamboo posts for the groups have been infested by termites, leaving only enough for half the subcoms and academic societies to make use of. Explain your course of action.
Okay, so to answer Yoe's question about welfare and ARC, under the assumption that the welfare event is 1 day and the ARC event is a week long, I'll first try to understand the scope of the event that welfare is doing. Since given it's a wellness event, what kind of wellness are we talking about here? Classroom, like yoga, or basically what kind of wellness? And then from there, I'll try to provide an alternative location for the state welfare, the state wellness program. If there is no alternate location available or suitable location available for them to use the room, then I would suggest that welfare and ARC share the space during certain time slots because pit stop is quite big, I believe, and there are two different entries to pit stop. You can share the room in half where you have one side for ARC, the other side for welfare. Though it may not be the best solution because depending on the capacity of the events, if there really is no other available place, then yes, pit stop. But of course, the best case scenario would be to seek other alternate locations and also see other alternate locations that are suitable for the events. For example, maybe welfare wellness event is more required at the pit stop, and ARC's career readiness event can be held at another space. Then I'll try to negotiate between the welfare director and the ARC director that maybe welfare can use this space and then ARC can use the LT or other classrooms available. Yeah. And then regarding the Halloween question, given that it's 4 days before Halloween, I believe, and the bamboo poles are infested, I believe 4 days is sufficient time to source for new logistics in this case, since it can't be salvaged. With that comes in the financial aspect. That's when I will tap onto the fund team to figure out whether we have the financial capability to invest in new poles. And of course, let the president be aware of this termite situation, because I think termite situation itself is a health and safety concern for every one of us. It affects all other equipments in our club rooms. So that will be raised to SDO or OSA to hopefully bring in professionals to clean that, to solve the termite situation. And then on the Halloween event itself, given that the ADCCs and us have to share resources, let's say we really don't have the money to buy new equipment and we have to use what we already have, then yes, we have to share half. And then hopefully we can look at what kind of the scale of our booths to see which ADCC and which booth can merge together to combine into one booth so that you have the resources are split and shared equally and with justifiable reasons of why certain ADCCs and us should share this way. Yeah, that's all. And before that, I can also contact Mr. Bada. Mr. Bada seems to be like a Doraemon, so I can ask him if he has other alternatives for bamboo poles or whatever poles. Yeah, that's my answer.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee, Lina, portfolio on Marine General Secretary for the Overseas Science Club Management Committee. Stephen.
Hi, Mr. Stephen, here to data science analytics. Would like to propose portfolio. Close the Q&A for the nominee, Lina, portfolio on Marine General Secretary for the Overseas Science Club.
Have a second of this motion, Alvin.
Welcome to here to data analytics. So I second his motion.
Okay, may I have a proposal to resume the internal elections for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen? May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin? I have a proposal to open the portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen.
Honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin. May I have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen.
Nominations for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin? Are there any nominations for the portfolio honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen?
I'd like to nominate Ong Ling Lam, Year 1 Quantitative Finance for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin? Ong Ling Lam, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee?
I, Ong Ling Lang, Year 1 Quantitative Finance, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen? We have a seconder for this motion, Alvin. Ong Ling Lam, you have 30 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start the timer.
Hello everyone, so I'm Lin Long. So I'm Lin Long. I'm actually more known as Evelyn, so I'm actually okay with both. Like you can call me Lin Long or Evelyn, up to you. Okay, so here's an overview of what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to start with a little more about myself, my past experiences, strengths and principles, why honorary treasurer, as well as my vision for Science Club. Okay. So a little more about myself. I'm year 1 studying quantitative finance. But here's more about myself that you might not know about. So starting off with my dietary restrictions. So I've been vegetarian since birth. So for the past 10 years of my life, I've never eaten meat before. So in fact, actually my whole family is vegetarian. So actually if you want like good vegetarian food recommendations, you can just come to me because I know like the best spots around Singapore. Okay, moving on. During my free time, I love to crochet. So it's something that I turn to when I want to distress and like a creative outlet for me. So here are some of my crochet projects that I'm actually proud of. It's mostly like flowers or flower bouquets because there's something really appealing about handmade flowers. Yeah. Okay, so I've also been learning the piano since I was 3. So it's about 17 years since I started learning the piano now. And here's like a fun fact. If you search my full name in like Chinese and English on YouTube, you can find like a video of me playing the piano when I was like 10. So backstory is that my grandpa back in China was sick and he wanted to hear me play the piano. So that's what I did. I sat down, like my dad recorded it for me. And then he told me that he has to upload it on YouTube in order for my grandpa to see. But then I found out subsequently that, you know, YouTube is banned in China. He just wanted a reason to upload it. Anyways, okay. He still refuses to like remove it, so it's still there now. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so besides piano, something that like constitutes another major part of my life would be dance. So my first interaction with dance would be in primary school when I joined Chinese dance as a CCA. So from 2014 to 2017, and that's when I first got to participate in my first SYS, where my team got a distinction. And then moving on in secondary school, I joined Chinese dance for my CCA again, and then participated in 2 more SYS and got 2 more distinctions. So that's 3 distinctions in total. And then after secondary school, I went to like a more different path. I went to Millennia Institute, and then afterwards, Chinese dance wasn't an option, even though I wanted to continue it. So I ended up choosing contemporary dance as a CCA instead. It's something that's extremely different, and I would say like a new experience for me, considering how like the dance styles and everything are different. Okay. So in terms of leadership, actually, I've held 2 formal roles, once in secondary school and another time in MI. So in secondary school, I was the welfare head of my class committee, where my committee would be in charge of collecting class funds and then organizing class parties and outings. So the initiatives that benefits my class's welfare, my classmates' welfare. Yeah. There are more to that, but I can't remember because it's actually quite long already. So, and then moving on to MI, I was the BIA rep for my class, where I had to reach out to external stakeholders for volunteering for volunteering opportunities for my classmates, and I also planned and led the execution of various events. So these 2 photos here, the one in the blue shirt and the grey dress sport bag, that's the only photo I can find of me inside. You can only see the back of my head, but yeah, this was when we had a volunteering session with gymnastics school. So okay, I know that my leadership experiences compared to the rest of my peers, it's not considered a lot, but they still taught me more about myself and also shape the strengths and principles that I actually bring with me today. So the first strength I would like to share is that I would consider myself as someone that is organized and detailed. So be it, I like to keep things neat and structured. So I will naturally pay attention to small details that others often overlook, and whether it's managing tasks or keeping track of schedules, and just ensuring that everything is neat and accurate. Yeah. And at the same time, I will also consider myself as someone that is adaptable. So, as we all understand, situations don't always go as planned. And I would say I'm comfortable adjusting when, things go out of hand or situations don't go as planned. And finally, I make it a point to be supportive to the people around me, be it my family or friends. Because to me, being supportive isn't just, offering help. It's more of it's also about being reliable and, being someone that others know that they can depend on. Okay, moving on to some principles that I value. First one would be commitment. So for me, once I take up a responsibility, I see it through the end. So I don't really believe in giving up halfway. I think that's something that, I just wouldn't see myself doing, because I like to see the end product of certain, Okay, and I also value responsibility a lot. So taking ownership of the work that I actually commit to and making sure I follow through on it reliably. It's about, more about being accountable, and then not only for my own tasks, but also, to ensure that my work won't affect the rest of my team. Yeah. I think especially in a community setting, right? This means not letting things slip, keeping deadlines in mind, and then also making sure that others can trust me to get things done properly. And most importantly, I value integrity. Means I think we all know what integrity means. So doing the right things even when no one is watching. And I think this is especially important, especially since I'm running for Honti. So yeah. So together, all these strengths and principles actually, I value guide the way I work and the way I actually approach responsibilities. And I believe these qualities aren't just important for me, but also for the team as a whole. They'll help me contribute meaningfully as a Honti while working together with the rest of my community. Okay, so why Hunty? So most of my friends actually knows that I've been like eyeing this role since it was like first introduced to me during SCAN. So let me just break down like the three main reasons why this role appeals to me. So I'd first like to start on impact, because the treasurer role directly influences how funds are allocated, and funding is usually what decides the scale and reach of events. So I want to make sure that money is used fairly and meaningfully, not just spend, but spend in ways that benefit as many students as possible. You know, whether it's like welfare initiatives or big faculty events or FOPs, the budget plays a very huge role in how much students actually take away from it. And second reason is that I think Honti really suits my working style. So when I mean independent yet impactful, right? I mean when I enjoy like independent roles where I can focus details quietly, and but the outcome ends up making like a huge impact for, you know, a huge difference for others or like just people around me. So I think a lot of treasurer work is like that, you know, filling forms, handling reimbursements, processing budgets, etc. It may not be like the flashiest part of SEMC. It's very like a very behind the scenes work, but it's exactly what allows everything else to happen smoothly. And of course, this brings me to my third point, a behind the scenes role that enables ideas to become reality. So of course, all SEMC roles have a lot of like involves a lot of behind the scenes work, but the difference with Honki is that, you know, work is almost entirely invisible because it happens in the background. So, but this is exactly why I value this role. It's the part that ensures ideas, you know, can actually come alive. Yeah. And, you know, without funds being allocated or processes handled properly, events usually wouldn't even take place in the first place. Okay, so moving on to my vision. So, the vision that I'm going to talk about, right, are like mainly what I hope to achieve for the science faculty as a whole, as an SNC member, more of like, yeah, what I want to contribute to science. Okay, so the first vision that I have in mind would be to make Science Club a springboard for student ideas. By this, I mean that, you know, Science Club should be more than just the organizer of the events. It should also be like a platform where science students can feel like their voices matter and their suggestions can spark real initiatives. I think we can start like small and practical, you know, instead of, because I understand that like feedback we receive from like the student population mainly comes from, let's say, like feedback forms for during like welfare initiatives. So I think we can start small and practical. So we can tap on existing platforms that, you know, students really use, like Telegram, Instagram. I understand we have like a Telegram channel and like an Instagram page. We can start on that, and then run maybe like simple polls or prompts. They can be like very casual, maybe asking like, you know, what kind of snack or like drink students want in their next exam welfare pack, or what kind of theme they'll prefer for maybe like the next exam welfare pack. Yeah. So when good suggestions come in, right, we can act on them directly. So for example, if let's say students suggest like a specific snack or drink, we can, you know, reach out to the relevant sponsor or supplier. If let's say they propose like a theme that we think is okay, not that costly. I mean, yeah, we can incorporate it into like the next welfare giveaway or event. So these are actually simple, affordable adjustments that shows students that their input is actually taken seriously. And I think beyond welfare, right, students can also suggest possible collaborations. For example, you know, what other faculties they like to work with, or what kind of joint events they like to see. This not only strengthens student ownership in Science Club, and also naturally connects to my second vision, which I'll share in a moment. Finally, I also think it's important to close the loop with updates. So what I mean by that is, for example, if let's say we post an Instagram story with the question box, like the Instagram question box asking students, okay, like what kind of snacks you would like to see in your next exam welfare pack, we can, you know, reply, and let's say most students reply with, okay, let's say Pokawi, and then we can include it in our next welfare pack, and then in the next story we can, you know, post a picture of the item in the pack to kind of update them, you know, with like captions like, oh, be here, you know, to let the students know that, you know, their ideas were actually not only collected, but also acted upon and acknowledged.
Okay, so okay, moving on to my second vision. Okay, so from what I've observed, right, so it's actually quite easy for us to meet people with our faculty. I mean, we meet them through orientation camps, or yeah, okay, mainly orientation camps, but yeah, it's quite easy. And through like SMC, I meet like so many new friends from like science faculty, same faculty. But then for us to actually you know, make new friends from like different faculty, let's say business faculty. I think the only way you can meet people, right? Okay, maybe yes, through like common modules, like let's say inter-faculty modules. Okay, it is a way for you to meet like people of like different faculty, but you usually only meet them through like lectures or theaters, and most of the time they'll be busy studying, or like people will just leave after lectures and theaters. So there's not much of like a bonding. It's very hard to bond lah, basically. Unless you're staying on campus, maybe then there's like house activities, or your neighbors are from like let's say medicine, dentistry, etc. That's when you meet like people of like people from like different faculty. But for students who don't stay on campus, for example, it's kind of hard for them to like interact with people outside science faculty. Okay, maybe you can join like NUS like CCAs, but I think or like maybe inter-faculty games, but I think there should be more initiatives. And I believe these connections are extremely important, since university is like the stage before we step into the working world, where in the future we won't just be working with people from our own discipline. Having the chance to actually meet peers from different like other faculties help us build broader networks, exchange perspectives, and develop relationships that could matter both personally and professionally. This is why my second vision is actually to create more avenues for science students to connect, not just within science, but also with peers outside of science. So to make this vision practical, the first step is to actually build on overlaps that already exist, like CHS modules or campus spaces where science students already cross paths with peers from other faculties. So second step can be to create small and casual initiatives, like inter-faculty initiatives. Maybe, okay, I understand that there's like big events like inter-faculty games, but they usually involve like a smaller group of competitive athletes. So I want to make space for lighter initiatives that anyone can join. For example, maybe like a joint welfare booth run together with another faculty, or just simple workshops and socials based on interest, like maybe craft activities, etc. But instead of keeping it within science, we can collaborate with another faculty. These kind of initiatives are easy to organize and open to more students, making them accessible beyond just the usual circles. The third step would be to keep this collaboration driven. So just like in my first vision, we can maybe seek feedbacks or like suggestions from science students directly, like which faculties they like to collaborate with, etc., or like what kind of activities they'll be interested in. In this way, initiatives are guided by real interest, not just random pairings. I also wish to emphasize that these aren't just like abstract visions for Science Club. My role as a treasurer, like as a Hunty, is how I plan to achieve them by providing resources and support needed for student ideas to take off and making sure collaborations can last. In my opinion, Hunty isn't separate from these visions. Like my vision as a Hunty isn't really separate, but more of like a way that I can enable these visions. Okay, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
You have 13 minutes and 42 seconds left for the presentation. You wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Ong Lam for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for 46 times for management committee season.
I introduce season year 2 data science analytics will propose to open the Q&A for nominee Ong Lam for the portfolio of honorary treasurer for 46 times for management committee.
I have a second for this motion, Alvin.
I have been on year 2 data analytics, so I second this motion.
Okay. So Ong Lam, you now have 45 minutes for your Q&A. Susan.
Hi, Lim Susias, Season year 2 data science analytics. I have 2 questions for you. During budget planning, in a hypothetical scenario, the welfare director asks you for more budget as they plan to have more events for science students, suggesting to take budget from SVC as he felt that SVC's impact on science students is not as impactful as welfare. outline your course of action.
Because SVC's impact is not as impactful as welfare.
Yes. For the mini takers, I'll say the question again. During budget planning, the welfare director comes to you to form more budget as they plan to take up more events for science students, suggesting to take the budget from SVC as they felt that SVC's impact on science students is not as impactful as welfare. Outline your course of action. Would you like your second question?
After my first question. Okay, to start off, right, I'll first like to understand why welfare needs more budget. So maybe let's say like one of their events they require more budget for logistics, etc. Right? Maybe you can try to touch on like budget from another event that's under welfare to see whether we can use it to top up like for the budget that is needed for that particular event. And also let welfare director know that we can't just transfer SVC's budget over to welfare because SVC need their budget for their events too. And also to address welfare director's view that SVC's impact is not as impactful as welfare. I would like to make it a point to the welfare director that there are different outcomes for each of the events under like different committees, and you can't just simply compare them and think that welfare has like a bigger our welfare events are like more impactful than SVC. And then regarding the budget, right? If let's say welfare director needs more budget for their events, right? First, I can like to stick to welfare subcom treasurer to understand maybe like their current their current budget breakdown and see whether what is missing from their like what is it that requires more budget. If let's say it's stuff like logistics, long-term items, we can try to look down on reserves to see whether we have already existing items to be used for welfare events, or even look at past welfare events that have already occurred to see whether there's a budget surplus for that welfare event that has passed to top up to the current welfare event that they require more budget for. And to prevent like such things from happening in the future, like a director asking me for another committee's like budget, thinking that because I think my event is more impactful, right? I would like to make it clear to all my SAMC members that once like we can't just like there's a reason behind like all the budget that's allocated to you, and I simply won't disclose or like simply just transfer another committee's budget over to your committee solely because you think it's more impactful, etc. Yeah.
For my second question, comment on this statement. We should always follow past year budgets as they have been tried and tested. to earn income for science club?
Sorry, we should always follow past year budgets.
We should always follow past year budgets as they have been tried and tested to earn income for science club.
Tried and tested for science club.
To earn income for
To,
science
to
club.
earn income. Sorry, can I just clarify outright? When you mean like past year budgets to earn income, you mean for like events that like let's say collect tickets for for the sake of earning income? Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah. I think yes, fundraiser events.
Fundraiser, okay.
Or any events that we require income.
Okay, I would like to like disagree on this statement because it's true that we can, refer to past year budgets to kind of make possible like to kind of plan out how we are gonna like budget this year for this particular event, but we can't blindly follow it. So there are like other like factors to actually take into consideration, like and take into consideration inflation, for example, and also like the events might be different. So even though it's like the same event, like same name, same scope, same event scope, but event details will definitely vary from like events to events. So you can't just solely depend on like past year budgets. You also have to consider like other like considerations, etc. And as well as like okay, even though it is tried and tested, yeah, we can't just blindly follow it.
Hi, question Joshua, year 2 data science analytics. I have 2 questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, we receive an official email from an auditor from OFN who claims that there is a discrepancy between the amount of money stated in the receipt of a purchase of the science fact teas and the amount of money claimed by the 100 sec to board the shirts. Outline your course of action.
As in the 100 sec is the one that submitted the claim, is it?
Yes. So let me repeat the question for the minute takers. In a hypothetical scenario, you receive an official email from an auditor from OFN who claims that there is a discrepancy between the amount of money stated in the receipt of a purchase of the science fact keys and the amount of money claimed by the 100% who bought the shirts. Outline your course of action.
And this was an email received from an auditor from OFN.
Would you like the second question?
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, regarding this, right, so if let's say there's an issue, because let's say the receipt that 100 tech submitted versus the claim that was actually made, there's like discrepancies. I'll first like to inform my president first and then also subsequently check with 100 tech to understand why there's such discrepancy and listen to their explanation first to see whether it's justified. So for example, it may be because human error, typed in wrongly. And then if let's say that's the case, right, so it's something that is like there is no like evil in the no okay like evil intention behind it. I'm gonna say evil intention, sorry. Okay, but yeah, like if let's say it's nothing to do with like embezzlement, etc., right? I'll definitely explain to the OFN, explain to OFN the situation regarding this, like the auditor, let them know that this is just an error made by like my 100 sec, and I will subsequently proceed to submit the correct claim. And if let's say explanation wasn't justified, like it's not justified, so I think that okay, that it's quite suspicious, I will definitely let my 100 sec know that okay, I don't think this explanation is like valid per se. Like I'm like quite suspicious about whatever that you just told me. And I also let so obviously my president will be kept in the loop because I will inform him like when the auditor from OFN informs me of the situation. And then subsequently I escalate it to SDO, like science SDO, to let them know that okay, there is such a situation going on within our SANC. And then if there is, just to seek advice from like my advisors to see whether there's what are the next steps that I should take to proceed. And I mean, after all, I'll try to, I would hope to resolve this matter internally, especially since it kind of affects like the reputation of Science Club, and to prevent instances like situations like this happening in the future, I'll make sure to check all the reimbursements claims or like receipts submitted to OFN to make sure that there is no error. Yeah.
So my second question to you is, in another hypothetical scenario, the treasurer of the sports subcommittee has not been given track of the subcom budget. As a result, the sports director comes to inform you that they do not have enough money to purchase equipment vital to the IFP training happening next week. Outline your course of action.
Sorry, as in like the sports subcom treasurer is not keeping track of the finances, is it?
Yes.
So led to like a misconception that they have no budget left?
Yes.
so just to clarify, the question was sports subcom treasurer didn't keep track of the budget, leading to like a misinformation. You know, like the sports director had a misinformation that there's no more budget left to purchase equipment for an event next week.
For IoT training.
Okay, for their training, is it?
Yes.
And it's happening next week?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so my immediate course of action would be to check with the subcom treasurer, to review the budget first, to check whether there is any budget left. And if let's say there is budget left, then we'll proceed to buy the equipment as soon as possible to ensure that it arrives before next week, so before the IoT training next week. If let's say there's the case of, there is indeed no budget left, I'll try to look at the equipment that, the sports director need to purchase first. So, if let's say the sports director needs to purchase equipment like, let's say, hula hoops or safety cones, I'll try to look at, reserve to see whether we have existing items since these are considered long-term items. And if let's say, in any case that we do not have such items outright, I think we can also look at if there's any like budget surplus from previous sports events left to actually top up like this like budget that we are missing. And subsequently, we can also tap into sponsorships, cash sponsorships, to see whether there are any sponsorships to cover up the cost, to cover the essential items that the sports director needs. And I'll also let after resolving this issue, I'll also let the subcom treasurer know that it's their responsibility to actually keep track of their subcom's finances, and maybe give them like a warning that this behavior is not acceptable. And in the future, to actually keep this situation from happening, I think I would definitely do more frequent reviews of the each subcom's budget to ensure that such a situation won't happen.
I, Avion Chowdhury, 2 Data Analytics, have one question for you. So in a hypothetical scenario, during budget planning, both the RAC and flag directors tell you that they want to take a significant sum of money from the combined RAC and flag budget for their own usage, citing that they both need more funds for their events. Outline the thought process. I'll repeat the question. In a hypothetical scenario, during budget planning, both the RAC and flag directors tell you that they want to take a significant sum of money from the combined RAC and flag budget for their own usage, citing that they both need increased funds, they need more funds for their events. Outline the thought process.
Any events in particular?
Up to your own interpretation.
Okay. Okay, to answer this question, I think my thought process would definitely be to wonder why, like what kind of event requires an increase in amount of the budget. So let's say for reg, because I understand that for reg events or right, like as I'm trying to understand like, why is there like an increase in amount of budget required compared to last year's event, even though it's the same? Unless maybe the reg director wants like a new event or FAC director wants like a new event, then in that case I'll try to talk to both of them separately to understand, what's the reason behind more budget required. If let's say let's say for example I talk to the reg director individually and I try to understand, okay, let's say he mentioned that okay, maybe their equipment is spoiled and they need to replace it. So for example, there are sewing machines for costumes. And they mentioned that, okay, the sewing needle is expired and I want to replace it. That's why I need more budget compared to last year. Because sewing machine is considered like a long-term item that we don't actually have to replace every year. So what I'll do is maybe I can suggest alternatives. Like, let's say we can try to find out, okay, you mentioned that your sewing machine is actually spoiled. So which part of it is it that's actually spoiled? So let's say it's needles, okay? So I can maybe suggest to him, okay, if your needles are replaceable, instead of me allocating more budget to you to actually replace the whole sewing machine, we can spend money replacing the needles instead. This will definitely cut down on like a lot of the cost and prevent wastage too. Because the money that like the funds that we actually use that we are using to buy this sewing machine, we can actually use it for other events or like maybe to improve the events. And then I'll also do the same to for the FAC director, have like a private talk with them together with my president to actually understand, their budget breakdown, like what they need. Maybe they want to add like an additional event. And then if let's say that's the case of like, they want additional event, then maybe I'll try to understand, okay, what's the outcome of this event? Like what do you want to see in this event? Why do you think this event should take place? And I'll try to understand and see whether it's justifiable. If let's say I think it's justifiable, then okay, maybe I can let them know, okay, sure, I can give you this extra budget for this new event that you are proposing, provided if we get approval from our president and FDO first. So I'll definitely have to seek approval from president to see whether this plan should actually take place or not. If let's say the event that the president approves of this like new event that's going to take place, okay, so then I'll give my full support. But if let's say the event that president doesn't approve and thinks that this event is not as useful or like we shouldn't allocate funds to events like this because he don't really see the meaning behind it, maybe I can let them know, okay, sure, maybe like instead of maybe you can try to find alternatives to actually fund for these events. Maybe you can tap onto sponsorships to see whether there's any let's say if you need like logistics for your new event, you can tap onto sponsorship to see whether you can cover it, etc. But yeah, that will be my thought process.
And the Life Sciences has one question for you. So you mentioned in your presentation that one thing you work remotely. And you quote, and I quote, you mentioned you work independent but effective. So how does being a quantity achieve your vision of building inter-faculty connections? Especially since you mentioned the idea of new events and initiatives.
Sorry, what's the last part of the question?
I'll just repeat the question.
Okay.
How does being a quantity achieve your vision of building inter-faculty connections? Especially since you mentioned the idea of new events and initiatives.
Okay, so the question is, like how I mentioned in my presentation, that HONT is an independent yet impactful role, and how I can achieve my vision of fostering interfaculty connections. Is that the question? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so for an event and initiative to happen, happen, alright, I think funding is essentially important because that's what determines, the actual event scope as well as basically just everything in general. Because you need money for almost everything. Let's say like event booking or like logistics required, or like if let's say you're catering to like a group of students and you have to settle their meals, like food catering, etc. So without like funds allocated to these new events and initiatives, the event won't be able to take place. So in my opinion, the HONT role, it kind of works as like a backbone that supports all the events in Science Club. And how to ensure this like interfaculty connections, like these meaningful connections to happen, would be to ensure that all the budgets are allocated in like ways that would maximize the impact. Yeah.
Year 2 life sciences have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, during your budget talk with the sports director, he tells you that that he wants to purchase a large sum of sports equipment to be used for subsequent years. Due to this sudden change in budget allocation, the sports director tells you they will remove one of their events to fund this purchase. Comment on this proposed action.
Any event in particular?
Up to your discussion.
We have a proposal for the entire extension for Q&A season.
Hi, this is Season Year 2 Data Science, and I would like to propose a 3 minutes time extension for Q&A.
I have a second of this motion, Abdi.
I have not already approved this one and this was any motion.
Need to just please extend the time.
Sorry, you want me to outline my approach or?
Just comment on this proposed change.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I think like removing one of the sports events just so we could replace equipment, it's not like a very like practical or like smart move per se, because I think all the events that happen under Science Club exist for a reason. So instead of like just going on with this plan, maybe I'll try to check with the sports director, okay, what kind of equipment like you need to buy to actually like what kind of equipment you need to buy, and then to check whether we have existing equipment, whether it's in good condition, and like how many more years it can sustain. So if let's say all the equipment that they want to buy is still in good condition, and so there won't be a need to buy, and hence we should, we can just continue using it for like the next few years, especially since it's in a good condition, and maybe explain to sports sector that okay, we try to refrain from like canceling out on events, etc. Because I mean, like what I mentioned, events happen for a reason, and we should, of course, our ultimate goal of like Science Club is to, provide back to the faculty, etc. lah. So, but if let's say the event that, the equipment that he or she needs is in a bad condition, or we don't have it, okay, maybe I can, understand their point of view, like that they want to like, purchase this new equipment. But instead of just, giving them the money to just purchase this equipment, right? Or maybe like to suggest, for them to tap into possible sponsorships for such sporting equipment. And then, if let's say sponsorships isn't an option, maybe I can get them to tap on, possible NUS, NUS approved vendors that sells like sporting equipment. To try to like search for vendors, themselves, and then afterwards can maybe update me on like what kind of vendor they approach. And then on my side, I'll try to help them to search whether this vendor is on Ariba Smart Buy. Because from what I understand, Ariba Smart Buy, right, it's like a like items that are like generally cheaper, and the process is also faster. So that is the plan if let's say it is essential for them to buy these equipment.
Hi, it's a question for year 2 data science analytics. I have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, the batch director informs you that a disagreement with one of their sponsors has led to them pulling out of their agreement. The batch director informs you that without this sponsor, their budget would go into a $2,000 deficit. Outline your course of action.
Sponsorship agreement not met, is it?
Yes.
Sorry, can I add on a bit to my previous question, like the one about the sporting equipment? So like I mentioned about like to just can purchase the equipment as a last resort, right? After all the sponsorships and as like all the different options are right, can touch on Ariba Smart Buy. And then I'll also like to check with the sports subcom treasurer to see whether there are any excess budget to actually purchase all these items. If not, I can try to think of try to allocate. Okay, that would be the last resort, to allocate budget in order to purchase this sports equipment. Okay, that's all.
Okay, so firstly, I will try to understand from the best director, like in what aspect, like why the agreement wasn't met, like what aspect of it. So, and at the same time, I also inform the president of this issue and maybe seek help from SDO advisors. At the same time, I will get my VPR to maybe negotiate with the sponsor to see if there's any like alternative ways that we can actually get this sponsor, because 2K is like a lot, and without this, like with this 2K deficit, right, there are like, other events or like other things that we can actually do with this amount of like budget. So I will definitely try to get this sponsor back. And if let's, so can try to negotiate the sponsor to get the DPR to maybe negotiate the sponsor, since they're involved or sorry, they are in charge of sponsorship agreements, and then try to understand to see basically try to negotiate like terms with the sponsor and try our best not to offend, because I mean ultimately I think we should maintain like a good relationship with the sponsor. And yeah, that also says a lot about like science club in general. Like if let's say, because I don't want to give the impression that we are like a a society, like a club that doesn't keep to our promises, etc. And then if let's say worst case, the sponsor refuses to continue on with this agreement, refuses to give us our sponsorship, I would definitely try to look for other alternative ways we can actually make up this deficit. So maybe you can try to look for other sponsors, or other sponsors, or different ways to actually manage. So for example, let's say this sponsorship was like for maybe food catering for the Beshies. Okay, then in that case maybe let's say this sponsor doesn't agree to give like, wait, sorry, hold on. But yeah, to try to look for other sponsors to actually manage this deficit. And subsequently, I also let the best director know that we should try to, I mean, once an agreement is made, we should try to follow till the end of it. And subsequently, to prevent such instances from happening, I'll try to make sure that maybe we can try to check in once in a while to see whether certain events that takes place, let's say like Bash Night, right, like whether it kind of like fulfills the agreement that we had with the sponsor.
I generally will enter year 5 life science have one question to ask you. Long one. So in a hypothetical scenario, an alumni paid a significant amount of money for alumni homecoming tickets, but failed to find the venue. Believing it to be a scam, he reached out to SDO and filed a police report. SDO explained the situation with him, but then they are also pressuring you to expedite his fast pay refund as he's requesting for one. Outline your course of action.
Sorry, report to SDO, is it?
Yes, the alumni reported to SDO and made a police report as well.
Sorry, alumni, so it's an ARC event, is it?
Yes, it's the ARC.
Okay. Okay, so I think my immediate action would be definitely to inform and keep my president in the loophole. Let them know that okay, there is such a situation, and that I may need his assistance in certain like procedures. So let's say so I would definitely email Zeta, so like the platform, or maybe try to get like the alumni's receipt, NUS first pay receipt, so I could process his like refund. But instead of like just straight up telling him, okay, we will like process your refund, I'll definitely first seek advice from SDO. So maybe to ask them, oh, okay, what is the next step regarding this issue, this scenario? Could I maybe request for like a refund for the alumni, or yeah, to see whether it's approved for us to actually process this refund for the alumni, because Wait, yeah. So if let's say SDO approves of this request, and thinks that okay, maybe it is unfortunate that the alumni missed the event because couldn't find like the location and thinks that it's a scam, and I would definitely have just sit down and like talk to the alumni that is like the said alumni together with my ARC director and president to explain to them that okay, we are really sorry that this situation happened, and here's what we can actually do to compensate you. So definitely ask for his NUS first pay receipt as well as his contact details, and maybe to let him know that okay, we really appreciate your patience in like the refund process, because just to try to be more transparent with him that the refund process will actually take quite long, so maybe around a month or two, to seek his patience in it. And I think subsequently, to prevent like this kind of like situations from happening, alumni or like students not being able to find like event location, like they bought tickets for events and then unable to find the location of where the event is at, and subsequently missing the event. I think we can try to make it, try to can inform like my directors, that for subsequently for events, alright, try to make it clear maybe in like the tickets exactly where the location is at, and maybe can also include like a campus map if let's say the event is held in school, or like directions to get to the location to prevent such things from happening.
Hi, this is Area to Data Science and Analytics. One question for you. So, in our hypothetical scenario, a science student approaches you to inquire on the budget breakdown of SKMC expenditure, saying that more transparency is needed with regard to SKMC financial matters, given that they, as NUS students, contribute towards the club's budget through subscription fees. Outline your course of action.
Wait, sorry, subscription fees to Science Club?
Yeah, so in your school fees, right, there is a certain portion that is for student life.
Oh, okay. I see, he just wants to know the budget because he paid money, is it?
He wants to know like the breakdown.
Breakdown. Okay. For the entire SNT,
For entire club.
for the entire club. Sorry, so the subscription fee just adds on to the entire science club's budget. There is no like specific breakdown on what the subscription fee is for, right?
Okay, the subscription fee is part of the budget at the start. Okay, it's on top of that then with the SDO sponsorship. So these two forms up your budget.
Oh, okay. Okay, so my first approach to this situation would definitely be to try to understand, the student, like their point of view, like why they want to know the budget breakdown. And I would definitely have to consult my press on this, like keep my press in the loop, and also seek advice from maybe NUS FinSec, because I think such situations may have happened before. I mean, considering how all students, can I assume that all students from NUS have to pay the subscription fees for their faculty clubs, etc.? Okay, yeah. So assuming that, right, I think there will definitely be, inquiries regarding this before. So he might not be the first one. So I can subsequently seek advice from, NUS FinSec to actually understand, to see like their advice on how to proceed with this situation. And I will definitely let the student know that budget breakdown is actually confidential, and not all, like, in fact, not all SCMC members are actually aware of like the exact budget breakdown for SCMC, for the entire science club in general. So and I would definitely seek advice from SDO on actually how to address like subsequent issues like this in the future, such that, or maybe we can like try to send out like a, just make like a public announcement on like to address like to make it like kind of big to address like situations like this. Yeah.
For the interest of time, I'll ask you 2 more questions. For some of you, Amir.
Hi. Well, I can remember you three answers and one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, is 2 months after scam, and the lunch vendor is chasing for payment as they claim that they have not received it, and OFM have been delaying the processing of the invoice. The lunch vendor currently would want to raise a legal action if he is going to delay any further. Outline the course of action.
Sorry, OFN is delaying the issue of invoice?
The processing of invoice. For minute takers, in a hypothetical scenario, it is 2 months after scam, and the lunch vendor is chasing for payment as they claim that they have not received it yet, and OFN side have been delaying the processing of the invoice. And the lunch vendor currently will want to raise legal action if he is going to delay any further. Outline your course of action.
The interval time will give you a second question now. Julie.
Hi, Julie. I'm going to ask you one question. So, in a hypothetical scenario, you will find out that 2 of the directors have discussed each other's budget because one director wishes to have a new event but does not have enough budget to make it happen. So outline your course of action. For me, because this is question 51. Anyway, sorry, I'll repeat the question. So in a hypothetical scenario, the director wishes to have a new event, but does not have enough budget to make it happen. He wishes to use the other subcommittee's budget and insists that they have a surplus of funds as he discussed with them already. Outline the course of action.
For the first question, right, is OFN contactable?
Through email.
Okay, so I'll answer the first question first about the vendor for scam. So given that OFN is actually contactable through email, first course of action would definitely be to contact them, let them know how serious the situation is, considering how the vendor is threatening to take legal action, and that this would definitely impact the image of not only just Science Club but NUS in general. And then subsequently, if let's say, because they might not respond immediately to the email, and given that this situation, this event, like this situation is actually like urgent and requires like immediate attention, maybe I'll try to raise like this issue to SDO to seek them like for advice to see whether there's any other like alternative way we can contact them, like contact OFN and see like, and definitely also keep my president in loop to let them know that okay, this happened, and yep, to seek advice or maybe alternate ways to seek advice on how to proceed. And on the other hand, like on the vendor side, right, I'll talk to the scam director first regarding this issue to actually try to understand clearer, like why there was a delay. Was it because maybe the invoice was submitted late? Because from what I understand, direct invoices should be it's a direct invoice, right? Like billed to NUS. So like maybe like direct invoices should be submitted within 30 days since the item was delivered. Okay, maybe like maybe the invoice was submitted late, that's why OFN has yet to process, or maybe it was just like a delay from the OFN side. And I would definitely have to talk to the vendor, I have to talk to the vendor with, let's say, my president and director, like my scam director, to apologize because it is definitely like our fault for delaying the payment process, and definitely reassure the vendor that we will settle things, like get things sorted as soon as possible. And in the future, to actually prevent from such events from like happening, like such cases from happening, right? I think I would like to make it clear to maybe like my subcon treasurers. Oh yeah, my subcon treasurers to actually keep like the deadlines in mind of like certain procedures, like for example, like the direct invoice, to definitely submit it before, definitely within the 30-day limit lah. Or actually, I might make it like a guideline for them to actually submit it earlier, so there is time for me to actually process and like in case there are like other arising situations. Yeah. So to actually like make to like yeah to just make time like for things in case like unexpected situations happen. Okay, then for the second question, right, it's about the director wanting to host like a new event, but then does not have enough budget and wishes to take another committee's budget, as he already discussed with them. So both directors discussed already. Okay, so be like behind my back lah. Okay. regarding this, right, I'll first try to understand. Okay, so I'll first make it clear to the director that wants extra funds, let them know that okay, I can't just simply allocate another committee's budget to your committee because that committee needs their budget for their events too. So I'll first try to understand, like what kind of new event that this director wants. Maybe let's say South director, take for example, maybe South director wants a South week to like scam week. And then maybe during budget plan, can I assume this is after budget planning? Can I assume this is after budget planning? Okay, so let's say assuming this after budget planning, right? And then like this director wants this new event, I'll definitely let the director know that okay, because after budget planning, the budgets are already allocated to each committee. So the budget is used for all the committee. I can't just allocate it simply like that. And if let's say this new event that okay, let's say it's South week, maybe I can get like the South director to come up with like a plan together with their committee to as to like why they want this South week. And then I'll try to look through the plan to see whether it's justifiable or not. If let's say I think it's justifiable, we should let this event happen. I'll definitely let them know, okay, I will get the president to approve this like event. If let's say the president approves, then great, we can submit to SDO. And then for the additional budget that let's say the South director needs, right? I can try to tap into maybe South to see whether there is a budget surplus left from South. Then maybe you can use it to top up for this new event. Or maybe let's say the South week that they want to have is maybe like welfare initiatives too, welfare packs, etc. We can try to tap into also cash sponsorships for these welfare packs. So to try to get sponsors, etc. But if, let's say in the event that also to get SEO's approval and maybe and try to reallocate funds. To try to get sponsorships to actually rectify this problem of like insufficient funds for their new events. And I would also like to make it clear to both my directors that one committee's budget, no two committees should know of each other's budget. To try and make it clear from the start with all my SMC members, like all the different directors, that all the budgets should be kept confidential. So if let's say for South director, only me, the president, and the South director should know of their own budget, and they shouldn't discuss internally with other directors. If let's say they want they experience a budget deficit and they require more budget, they should go to me instead for me to think of ways to actually resolve this issue, or they need more budget instead of like going to another director to ask, okay, do you have a budget surplus, for example, that I can transfer your budget out to my committee. Yeah, so I'll definitely keep rules and regulations in place, to make it known to all my members that it's financial related stuff are very sensitive and it should be kept confidential. Okay, that's all.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee online blanks for the portfolio honorary treasurer for the Six Hands Management Committee. Jason?
I usually like to close the Q&A for the nominee honorary treasurer for the Six Hands Management.
I have seconder for this motion, Alvin.
We want to you to data science analytics second motion.
So we will begin voting again. Just a Okay, may I have a proposal to resume the internal elections for 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen?
I introduce Stephen would like, year 2 data science analytics would like to resume the internal election for 46 Science Club Management Committee.
Say again, you propose.
I introduce Stephen year 2 data science analytics would like to propose to resume the internal elections for 46 Science Club Management Committee.
I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin.
Alvin already year 2 data analytics, so I second this motion.
May I have a proposal to open loop 4 of the internal elections for the 46 Science Club Management Committee open elections, Stephen?
I introduce Stephen year 2 data science analytics would like to propose to open loop 4 of the internal elections for 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin?
Alvin already year 2 data analytics, so I second this motion.
I have a proposal to open the portfolio of sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen.
I introduce Stephen year 2 data science analytics would like to propose to open the portfolio of sports director for 46 Science Club Management Committee.
We have a seconder for this motion, Alvin. I have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen.
I introduce Stephen year 2 data science analytics would like to propose to open the nominations for the portfolio of sports director for 46 Science Club Management Committee.
We have a seconder for this motion, Alvin. Are there any nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Brendan?
I'm Romeo Singh, year 2 life sciences, would like to propose.
Nominate.
I'd like to nominate So Yiwei, year 1 life sciences for portfolio of sports director for 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin? So Yiwei, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee?
I, Zoe Wei, year 1 life sciences, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen? May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin? So Yiwei, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start the timer when she starts presenting.
Okay. Hello, everybody. A very good evening. I know my slides look very informal. Sorry. Yes. Okay. Let's start now. Some random fun facts. On top right there is my dream gun. I know it looks very nice. I mean, I think it's very nice. It's purple color. And also this picture is my neighbor's dog that I took care of for 2 years. And he's holding a ball. It looks like a football. And I thought it's like related to the topic, so I put it here. Yeah. Okay. About me. I graduated from the Singapore Sports School, if you all didn't know. And currently I'm a year 1 life sciences student. And I'm supposed to have a second major in management, but I have not taken that yet because I didn't know that I had to take a module in that in my first semester. But it's okay, we'll figure that out later. I stay in Valor House. Yay. I'm also a shooter and I shoot for the national youth team. Fun fact. And other things that I like to do are like frisbee, which I picked up recently. I play netball too. I played netball in primary school. And I also played for A Division, which is that picture that right there. And I also like to do like physical sports, like Muay Thai sometimes. Oh, and also diving. I picked up diving recently also. It's actually really fun. You should try. And another fun fact about myself. During one of my competitions, I dropped my teammate's gun before our gold medal match. And then we lost it because his gun couldn't shoot 10s lah.
So we kept shooting zeros, and then after we got silver because we got gold medal match. That's a fun fact. We're still friends, by the way. Okay, next. Yes, leadership experiences. Throughout my 6 years in sports school, I've held quite a few leadership experiences. These two are like what I could think of when I created this slide, but I realized I had more after like just now when I heard like somebody's presentation. I can't remember who, but currently, from what I wrote, I was a sports captain in 2022 when I was Sec 4. And like during this time as a sports captain, what I did was basically plan orientation games for Sec 1s, incoming Sec 1s, like icebreaker games, which is like very simple, very easy, and also like more of like rosters for the open house, sports school open houses, especially when the time after COVID. So when everybody came to sports school for open house, they wanted to try shooting, then we had to plan rosters for our shooters to rotate because it was like a very long period of time. Yeah, and then after that, in Sports School Shooting Academy, we also had different committees, and I was chairperson of the competition committee in my final year when I was at sports school. So in this competition committee, we had lectures, internal leagues, internal selection, and also friendly matches. So for each of these, lectures is basically us letting the incoming Sec 1s know about our shooting rules and regulations. And for internal league is after our comp season. So we will organize games where it is, let's say, a rifler pairs with a pistoler, and then after that we will swap guns. And after that we will shoot against each other, and then we will decide like who gets, like it will be a placing lah. It will be like everybody goes against each other, and then we'll have like a first, second, third placing in that sense. We are normally supposed to have like prizes as promised by our GM, general manager, but I never got it since I was like Sec 1 all the way until now. What was promised never came back lah, but it's okay. Anyways, I graduated already, but we also have internal selections. So when we have overseas competitions, for example, local ones that does not involve our National Shooting Association, we'll have internal selections so that we can decide on the teamings, and also like for, let's say, mixed team, the first place pair with like the first place of guys pair with the first place of girls, for example. So we have to come up with rosters for this, and also friendlies if it ever happens, because I think it only happened in 2023. In my year, it didn't happen. But in 2023 friendlies, we had other secondary schools, like I think Canberra Secondary School, Ahmad Ibrahim, come to our school and like go against our younger shooters. So we have to like arrange for that to happen, communicate with their side. Yeah. Okay, my strengths and weaknesses. I'll talk about my strengths first. My strengths, I think I am relatively resilient. Like I don't give up that easily, which is like kind of shown in my shooting career, because I have been shooting for, this is my 7th year, and I haven't gave up yet. So I think I'm quite resilient. Next, I'm quite open to feedback and ideas. So if my subcom were to have any new feedback or ideas on what we can do, I am open to hear it. Whether it works out or not is another problem. We can discuss that. Number 3, I love to make friends. As you can see, I inserted quite a few photos. For the 3 photos, it's friends I made when I was in Taiwan, or the other one is for Taiwan, and the other one is Australian friends. Taiwan friends, Malaysian and Australian friends. Yeah, and also my new friends from South. Yay! Okay. Weaknesses. Number 1, I can get overwhelmed when I'm stressed. I think y'all could tell just now, I was a little bit overwhelmed because I'm a little bit stressed. But this also leads up to the second point, which is where I can get a little bit unconfident. But in a real situation, if this were to happen, you do not have to worry, because I get overwhelmed and stressed, but then I just need an avenue to release my stress, which is where all the physical activities and like sweating comes in, because that is where I like to release my stress. Like during my IB period, I love to Muay Thai a lot. Like beating the bag was like my favorite thing to do. Like I felt like all my stress just went away when I beat the bag. Yes. And lastly, my third weakness, is that I get too much sometimes. This has been told by my parents, like not even my friends, my parents told me that. Because like since young, they told me that I cannot keep my mouth shut when we go from like Singapore to Malaysia because I like talk all the way. So since young, my parents just tell me that I talk too much. I'm not too sure if y'all think so, but it's okay. That's not a problem for now. Next, why sports director and SCMC? Number one, I want to promote inclusivity in the Faculty of Science. And I think that sports is a great avenue to do so because I think sports can bring people together. And why sports director? I personally want to introduce shooting and of course other sports if the Faculty of Science wants it to happen, as in like they vote that they want other sports, like in sports shows, we can make it happen. But personally, I want to bring shooting, I want to introduce shooting to everybody because I think not a lot of people know that shooting is a sport, other than the Olympics guy, the Turkish one. Yeah, but other than that, I wanted to challenge myself by taking up a leadership role, which is like kind of higher than what I've done before because I feel like those are like small, just within my comfort zone, within shooting academy, where I've grown for like 6 years. And of course, I want to form my lasting friendships with my 46 SCMC and also grow together with them. Yes. Oh yeah, and the GIF right there is us doing our cheer after A divisions. Okay, next. My vision. I want to create fun-filled sporting activities for all of Faculty of Science, regardless of their sporting level. I also want to make sports a platform for fostering friendships and also hopefully pull more and better sponsors. I'm not currently we shall see how that works out in my team next time. Yes. My goals in sports. Safety first and fun next. I think that all sports activities should be held with like short safety briefings first, and all activities should be paused if there are any breach of safety rules. And of course, like I said, expose Faculty of Science to more sports if possible. New ideas. Yes. Okay. First one. Science Olympics. It sounds very funny, I know, but it's technically just like a combination of science and Olympics. And it is a collaboration with FLAG. Yay. Okay. So I would think of this event to be like, imagine like IFG, but a small scale version within science. So like, but then we have like less competitive games or like games at a more recreational level. So that is more fitted for people who do not have experience in that sense. And also, like dependent on our budget, I would think that because it's a collaboration with FLAG, entrance should like cost some money. And of course, this money will be raised and donated. And then, second point, Illuminus, but make it run. Yay. Okay, so now currently Illuminus is a cycling activity, right? So like after finals, we go for a night cycle. I understand last year's one was like 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. and they cycled 42 km. Quite long, I know, but don't worry, we will not run 42 km. Anyways, I will envision a glow-in-the-dark night run around town. You know, the MBS Kallang track route. I think like over there is quite vibey at night. And I think it's like a good opportunity for everyone to come together over there. Yeah. So because I want to like I want to have inclusivity in all my sports events, right? So I will have different, maybe for the same run route, we can go for different paces. So 2 groups with 2 different paces. Let's say for the experienced runners, they can go first. The inexperienced one can go first. And then the experienced one can go later. So that after that, they can all meet up for a supper, just like Illuminus. had it last year. Yes. Okay. Lastly, my work and leadership style. Yes. So I'm mostly chill if all things go to plan, more like a friend. But I can get a little pushy at times, especially if things are not meeting deadlines. And I will also want to put like my deadlines earlier for my team because personally I don't like to be late. So even for like my own assignments, I'll try to get things done earlier. I'll give myself earlier deadlines so that I have buffer just in case people like procrastinate or anything. Yeah. And then for conflict management, I will definitely try to be unbiased and understand both parties and make sound logical decisions. But of course, if that cannot happen, I'll get a third party involved that is like not biased outside. Yes. And of course, like I mentioned just now in my strengths, I'm open to new ideas. So if my team has any new ideas for me, I'm definitely open to hear them. Yes. Whether it's feasible or not is another question. Yeah. Okay. The end. Question time.
So you have 7 minutes and 10 seconds left for your presentation. Would you like to end your presentation now?
Yes.
May I have a May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee so you have a portfolio of sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, please?
I just to the data science analytics, so I propose to open the Q&A for nominee so we portfolio sports director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, Alvin?
I'm not away from the committee, sir. Second speaker.
Yeah.
So anyway, you now have 5 minutes for your Q&A. Jerry?
Hi, Chairman Tan Jian, Year 2 Life Sciences. I have 2 questions for you. So you mentioned in your presentation that you want to have a collab with Black for an IFG style event in science. So for my first question, what are your considerations when planning such an event?
Yeah, next. Next question, please. Sorry.
Can you answer the question?
Oh, okay. Sure. Give me some time. Okay, let me re-clarify your question. Is the I mentioned that I wanted to do a collaboration with another committee, right? And then what are the considerations of planning this event? Okay, so my answer to this is because I mentioned the collaboration with FLAG, right? So I'll first have to talk to the FLAG director, of course, and then like maybe ask like whether this event is viable. So after that, let's say that this event is viable, considered by me and the flight director. We both say, oh, actually this is quite a good idea. So we can go to our own VPs. So let's say for me, I'll go to my VPI, and for him, he will have to go to his VP FOP. So once these two say that, okay, I think this idea is interesting, we can make this work, maybe, we can go up to the president and see whether it can be approved. And if it can be approved, then we can go up to the SDO for approval. But on top of that, if it like goes to like specific considerations of such event, I would think that we need to consider like many different things, like let's say manpower, budget, safety, the programs, and even a timeline. Because let's say we combine these two committees, who will do the programs? And during this timeline, let's say like I'm not too sure about Flex timeline, but for sports we are quite cramped in that sense. So like we have sports shows, we have IFG, we have quite a few sports shows. We have Illuminus. Illuminus happens right after finals. We have sports shows that happen in between, like during the semester. And then we also have IFG that happens right during summer. So when is the right time for this event to happen, such that it doesn't clash with me and also doesn't clash with Flex timeline? And after that, we have to decide like who does the programs. Maybe like I can like currently I can suggest like maybe let's say sports does the programs first. Sports does the programs because maybe we have more experience in planning sports events because of like let's say sports shows. So if we were to do the programs, then maybe we can let Flag do all the admin stuff instead, and then we can let both our marketing and our admin team work together in that sense. Yeah. And then for manpower, we'll see who will be involved in this event. So is it like a combination of both my team and the Flex team, or is it let's say my team only and then Flex does more planning? Like we have to split the workload somehow to make it fair lah. Yeah. And for safety wise, we can consider like first aiders. Maybe first aiders more come from our team more, then our team will provide more first aiders on our side to ensure the safety of the event. And then like for programs, you'll have to first discuss what will be played, and then the sports team can decide, can do the planning. I mean, yes. Yeah.
So for my second question, for some context, there exists a similar initiative by the sports subcom called the Science Sports Games, where science students can try different sports and compete against one another. This year, Science Sports Games was discontinued due to low sign-up rates and high costs from the previous games held. So with this in mind, and assuming that the flag director is on board, how do you intend on executing this idea effectively? Okay, for minute takers, I will say my question again. For some context, there exists a similar initiative by the sports subcommittee called the Science Sports Games, where science students can try different sports and compete against one another. This year, Science Sports Games was discontinued due to low sign-up rates and high costs from the previous games held. With this in mind, and assuming that the flag director is on board, how do you intend on executing this idea effectively?
Okay, wait. So I re-clarify your question. There used to be a science sports games, but it was discontinued this year due to low sign-up rates and high costs. Right? Okay. Yeah. Yes. Wait. Okay, wait. Since it's flag and my initiative first, I think the high cost part can be sort of more alleviated in that sense, because last time this used to be only a sports sites, right? So like maybe it's like more burdensome on like our sports budget. But now because we have flag on board together with us, I think that we can sort of share the cost. But this has to go through our treasurers first. But since we don't know each other's budget allocated, if I'm not wrong, I think that this has to go through our honorary treasurer and also our president, and let them, and they will decide what is the right amount of budget that should be allocated to this event, considering that it has been approved already lah. But yes, correct. And as for low sign-up rates before, I'm not too sure why there is low sign-up rates, but I'm guessing it might be because of publicity not being so good, also maybe because of lack of inclusivity, because like not all non-sportsmen want to play sports that they think is very competitive, because they'll be scared, right? So I think that because of it, maybe it doesn't really attract our faculty or science students. But I think that for the publicity side, I think a combination of both our pubs team with like 4 or 5 brains, I believe they can definitely make better pubs than only two brains with our old team or 3. I'm not too sure. But through doing this publicity, we also need to go through like our comms director to let all these pubs out, can use more social media channels like TikTok, Instagram, Telegram channels, all the science club stuff. And also for the inclusivity part, like I mentioned just now in my slides, I want to make like more, I want them to play more common sports. And I think I forgot one part. Oh yeah. So I was talking about how in sign-up forms, right, we can make the students differentiate whether they are experienced or non-experienced sports people. So that in this way, we can differentiate them. So like, let's say when we do groupings for these games, right, when we put them against each other, it will make it more fair, because you can combine experienced and non-experienced players together so that the non-experienced players can learn from the experienced players, but also not make it unfair in that sense where suddenly there's so many competitive players playing with non-competitive players. Then, of course, in the years to come, all the impression of these games will become like scary. Like all the non-sports players, for example, in like IFG, all non-sports players won't dare to play IFG because it's like kind of competitive. So we want to make this more inclusive in that sense. So like there's more chances for everybody to play. Yes.
Hi, Bruno, you were saying that two life sciences have two questions for you. As mentioned just now, you mentioned that you're on the national youth shooting team. In a hypothetical scenario, Illumina clashes with one of your overseas national events. Outline your course of action.
Okay, to answer your question, if Illuminus clashes with my overseas competition, what is my course of action? So firstly, I think that this event would have definitely been planned earlier already. So it's definitely way before my competition because I only always told about my competition like 1 month in advance because my NSA is like, yeah. But So since planning has already been done like way beforehand, I think that we will already have known what our procedure is like, what our programs is like. We have already done wet weather programs. We have done safety procedures. What should we do in a case of, let's say, an accident? So I think that all this, including like the recce of routes for the event, will have already been done earlier before I leave for the competition. So let's say suddenly my coach tell me, oh, I need to go for this competition next month. Then immediately I'll let my vice director and my team know that I'll be leaving during this important period, so that my vice director will know that he or she has to step up and take my position during this period. But I believe that since all planning already would have been done beforehand, everything would have been hopefully nicely planned. I think it will not be much of a problem as my vice director can take over my role for overseeing the entire event. I also think that in this situation, not only in this situation, in any situation, I should also have like a document to list everything that I should be addressing during an event. Let's say like safety, wet weather plan, more than that, equipments we need, whether the equipments have arrived and etc. Yeah, beforehand, so that not only my vice director knows the procedure, but also like my entire team will know, can also look at this document to follow up and see what we require. Yeah, and of course, when I'm overseas and this thing is going on, I will be online whenever they require me. As long as I am not training or competing, I will be there to answer any inquiries or let's say any situation happen. Yes.
For my second question, in a hypothetical scenario, nearing the end of Illuminus, it starts raining with no sign of stopping. Your participants feel unsafe to continue and wants to leave the event. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, in a hypothetical scenario, at the end of Illuminus, it starts raining with no signs of stopping. Participants feel unsafe and wants to leave. Outline your course of action.
No signs of stopping as in like no shelter nearby, like the Changi Road like that.
As in,
one road down.
as in, it's going to rain all the way to the end of your event. Like
The rain stop. Not as in we cannot stop. Okay. Sorry. So you said end of Illuminus, is it?
During the end of Illuminus.
Oh, okay.
I have a proposal for 15-minute time extension for Q&A session.
I introduce Cecilia to data science analytics, so that the proposal 15-minute extension for Q&A.
Have a second for this motion. Audit.
I am not showing it to data science analytics second program.
Any takers, please extend the clocks accordingly.
Okay. Okay. But as for Illuminus, right, I believe that we would have likely already planned out a wet weather program. I'm not too sure what this wet weather program is, but for this situation, all I can think of is probably seek shelter first, since everybody thinks that it's unsafe to continue, right? And I think it is not safe to continue to cycle in the rain because we have safety considerations from STO, like why somebody gets struck by lightning or something. I don't know. But on top of that, I think that after seeking shelter, we can definitely, I would discuss with my team first on whether we want the event to end early. Because like Brandon said, we are nearing the end already, right? And nearing the end, I'm not too sure how near the end we are. Maybe 42 km, we're like 38 km in. Like 4 km can't make a big of a difference, right? Cycling 4 km is not that big of a difference. So I think that if my team and I have come to a conclusion that we can end this event, we can first ask the participants whether they want the event to end. And if everybody says, yeah, it's very late, we want to go home, 4 km is not much, then I think we can stop the event and pack. Yes. I also understand there's another part that we need to think of, which is logistics, because in Marinas there's so many bicycles, right? And we have like 80 people. So like, if everybody packs and go home, what will happen? And the rain doesn't want to stop at the same time. But I also understand that we have a safety van. So I think that it might be a little bit of a trouble for the van driver to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth for 80 vans. But at that point of time at 4 a.m., I don't think it's a bad idea. Like, you don't really have a choice. So I think we might end up having to go back and forth with 80 bicycles. Yeah, that's what I can think of currently.
Hi, how are you? I actually have 2 questions for you. You mentioned in your presentation that you want to introduce shooting and some other sports, non-sports too. So in a hypothetical scenario, your PPI does not support this idea as it thinks that you should prioritize the student body's interest rather than your own. What is your course of action?
You think I don't agree, and?
We are honestly in a hypothetical scenario, your PPI does not support this idea as he thinks that you should prioritize the student body's interest, so means like other sports rather than your own. What is your course of action?
Okay. I understand that my VPI in this hypothetical situation did not agree to let me continue with shooting because I should prioritize other sports rather than my own. Like I said,
Not really other sports, but more of the sports that student body is interested in.
wait, prioritize sports that the student body is interested in rather than my own sport, right? Okay. So, firstly, I don't know whether this would have been like my VPI don't agree with this because like the forms have not been sent out already. Like, you know, I think beforehand, before all this sports show happens, I'm pretty sure we have sent out forms. Like, I think I'm not sure whether it's NUSync or Microsoft Teams or what forms. But then I would have expected the forms to be sent out to the student body, and the student body would have already like kind of voted their favorite or like sports that they want to try in that sense, right? So maybe personally, since I wanted shooting to be included in sports too, I could like have included shooting in one of the MCQ options as part of my own interest lah. But if in that event they really did not choose shooting, I think that I can't force it, and I will definitely let the other events happen, right? Because I work for the student body, not myself. Yeah. Anyways, but on top of that, I don't really know if people don't want to try shooting because so far I asked around and I think a lot of people want to try. So I feel like if I really send out a form and I put shooting in one of the options, I feel like I will pick quite a few people's interest lah, because shooting is not a very common sport in that sense. But I think that I can also, let's say that we did not have this form and my VPI did not agree with me, then definitely I'll go and talk to my VPI and say that, hey, I think that we should send a form out and let the student body choose on their own. And we should not make decisions on our own. We'll let the students decide for us. Yes. That's my answer.
Here's your second question. Given that sports and flag have different purpose in the Faculty of Science, the flag director does not agree with the idea, the scientific idea, as he or she does not see a point in having such a collect, as it does not fulfill flag's purpose in raising funds for flag's beneficiary, and would take up the com's attention from planning flag's own events of raising funds. Outline your course of action. Okay, for the mini papers, given that flag and sports have different purpose in the Faculty of Science, the flag director does not agree to have this scientific event, as he or she does not see a point in having such a collect, as it does not fulfill flag's purpose of raising funds for the beneficiaries, and would furthermore take up the com's attention from planning flag's own events to raise funds. Outline your course of action.
Can you repeat the last part?
Okay, I'll just read off. Given that flag and sports have differing purpose in Faculty of Science, the flag director does not want to have this scientific event, as he or she does not see a point in having such a collect, as it does not meet flag's main purpose of raising funds for the beneficiary, and it will also take up the com's attention from planning their own events to raise funds. Outline your course of action.
When you talk about eating into their budget, is it? Their budget?
That's defeat their purpose of raising funds for their beneficiaries.
And then behind there was a take up the comms event time to plan for their
attention to plan for scientific visits instead of their own lab events.
Do you talk about eating into their budget? No? Oh, okay. I think that, first of all, the part where it says that sports and flag has different purposes and the flag director doesn't agree because they think there's no point because the flag purpose is to raise funds for their beneficiaries, right? But I think I also mentioned that I wanted to make the event like have participation fee so that in that sense there is like, how to say, so it's like the participation fee will go into the cost, not really cost, but goes into the funds for helping their flag event, right? And I also I could also suggest like, let's say, like a scheme where like participants or like sponsors, like if I can pull sponsors that are like good, like maybe with like both teams marketing, maybe they can pull like good sponsors and maybe the sponsors say, with each team's win, I pledge like, let's say, this certain amount of money. Then this certain amount of money can go into helping flag in that sense to fund for their beneficiaries. Yes. And also the fact, like the point where you talk about how it takes up the flag comms events, the flag comms time to plan for these events. I think that since like I mentioned it's like a collaborative event, right? The work can be split. So it's like kind of half the work instead of for each team because we can decide like, let's say, like just now I mentioned sports does the program planning, and then let's say the rest is done by flag, like all the administrative stuff. Maybe logistics can be done by us also because we'll have likely the equipment that they require for the event. And then our marketing team and publicity team can work together as well to make this event happen. Yes. But of course, all this need to go through the higher ups. If me and my flag director end up having disagreements over this event, then of course, we need to involve my VPI, my VPFOP in the event that the disagreement happens. But of course, I will try my best to pitch this idea to my flag director with the solutions to the problems that you have mentioned. And hopefully, he or she might change their mind. And if that doesn't happen, maybe we can switch to another event. I can suggest another event for them. Yeah. Or we can also work with another committee. I'm open to ideas.
I, Brandon Lee Singh, Year 2 Life Sciences, have 2 questions for you. In a hypothetical situation, despite multiple reminders, your ultimate frisbee team, your IFG ultimate frisbee team uses an MPSH for your training sessions, which was originally booked for your IFG badminton team. In doing so, they damaged some equipment in the MPSH, and now the Student Sports Club is asking for compensation. Outline your course of action.
Okay, first of all, I think that since the ultimate frisbee team already used the MPSH that was supposed to be booked for badminton, but the problem was not at the badminton part, and it was where they damaged the equipment, and sports club is asking for money for the damaged equipment, right? So I think what has to be settled first is definitely the money part. So what's done is done already, so we cannot do anything about it. So first, I'll go and talk to my treasurer and ask whether our team has sufficient funds to pay for this damaged equipment. And let's say, oh yeah, and of course, I need to let my VPI know because this is quite not exactly a huge situation, but I should just let my VPI know that this has happened and I'm communicating with the sports club because of this situation. And after that, if let's say if we have sufficient funds, then of course we'll pay up first. But let's say we don't, then I'll go straight to my honorary treasurer for help regarding the funds. Because if I don't have money, then I need to go to my honorary treasurer for help lah. And yes, to see if we have any like access in that sense to help reallocate and give me the funds for paying up this equipment. And if it really doesn't work, maybe I'll talk to my president about it and see whether my president has any solutions with, or I get contact for sports club from my president, and then I'll go talk to the sports club myself and maybe negotiate something with sports club, maybe give me a second chance, or give me second chance because it's my fault that they damaged the equipment because I need to take the responsibility, but give us a second chance for this situation, and I will ensure that this situation does not happen again by having stricter rules for my IFG teams in that sense, for them to comply, and maybe give the Arctic Frisbee team a warning, maybe even suspend them depending on the how dire the situation is. I don't know whether dire is the right word, but yeah, that's my answer.
For my second question, in a hypothetical situation, during Illuminus, you notice during one of the rest breaks that your clocks executive was caught drinking. Now your participants feel uncomfortable having their clocks executive lead them and wants to leave. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, I repeat myself. In a hypothetical situation, during Illuminus, during one of the rest breaks, your program's executive was caught drinking. Your participants feel uncomfortable with that program's executive leading them and wants to leave. Outline your course of action.
Okay. So during Illuminus, one of my procs executive was caught drinking, and my participants feel uncomfortable for his actions and don't want to follow him as he's leading the team, right? Yeah, so my participants is uncomfortable and they want to leave. So firstly, I understand that I have two teams in procs and I'm assuming that these two teams are in Illuminus. So I'm not too sure how the split is done, but I think that if let's say we have two heads of because I understand Illuminus is a very big event with like almost 80 people, I cannot expect everybody to be following one leader. So there will probably be a few, right? So my immediate course of action will probably be to remove my drinking procs head, procs executive first. And then I'll get them to join another group for the start. So basically like combine maybe like kun cycling groups together into one where they follow a non-drinking procs executive. And then for that procs executive, I'll assume that there's an extra bike and half high person. So the person will probably be in the van, safety van. I'll let the person join, he or she go on the safety van. And then maybe because our safety van will have more than one individual, right? So I would, if possible, if the safety officer, let's say we have an extra safety officer, like by guidelines we need two, and we have three in the van. Then maybe we can have one safety officer join in, like replace the props executive that was drinking to lead the team that he previous the one drinking previously led. Yeah. But if that is not possible, I think that the combination of two groups is still possible. Then we can remove the bike from the team and then load it on our van and get the other guy to load it and come on, join the van. Yeah, so that the program can continue and my participants will not leave.
In the interest of time, I ask you two more questions. Ethan, then Simon.
Hi, this is Ethan here to Data Science Analytics. I'd like to ask you one question. This is a follow-up question to Brandon's hypothetical scenario when you are overseas during 2 minutes. While you were overseas, and this is after your anniversary, your sports BD complains to the BPI that you have been absent for sports meetings of previous events due to your National Shooting Association commitments, and has claims that to have heard excuses such as busy with training competition multiple times. Can you outline your concrete actions on how you're going to balance SCMC, your life science with your minor in management academic workload, and National Shooting Association? For the minute takers, I'll repeat my question. In a hypothetical scenario, and this is after Illuminus, while you are overseas, the sports BD complains to the BPI that you have been absent for sports related meetings and events due to your NSA commitments and claims that you have been using excuses such as busy with training and competition. Can you outline your concrete actions on how you're going to balance SCMC, life science with a minor in management, academic commitments, and NSA?
I finished a ago, get to the analytics. I have one question for you. After Luminous, one of the sponsors keeps requesting for more terms not in the original agreement. As this is one of your biggest sponsors, you wish to maintain good relations with them. Outline the course of action. For the minute takers, after Luminous, one of the sponsors keeps requesting for more terms that were not in the original agreement. As this is one of your biggest sponsors, you wish to maintain good relations with them. Outline their course of action.
When you talk about requesting for more terms, right? Is it like we have already signed the contract beforehand, and then after that, suddenly they're like, oh, I want this, I want this, I want this, and you need to include it? Is it? Okay. Okay, for the first question of having to balance my shooting, my academics, and also SCMC, firstly, I will definitely have to I have to juggle my things better since like I already have complaints from my vice director to my DPI, right? That means my team is definitely not very happy with me. So that one I will have to take it as feedback for myself to change. That means, but personally, I hope this won't happen, and I think it won't happen because I like I said, I'm quite kanchiong, so I have calendars on my phone to keep track of my schedules in case I forget anything. So I have like my days packed and filled with different programs that I have, and I train like 3 to 4 times a week. That means I have another 3 to 4 days for SCMC and my studies, which I don't think is a bad thing in that sense. And I've also been a student athlete for the past 6 years of my life, and I think I've done a pretty good job at juggling my IB on top of my studies at the same time. So I think that I will be able to juggle the workload, but of course I will definitely change. I will try to prioritize SCMC more in this peak periods, like let's say coming to planning of Illuminus, which because Illuminus happens like after finals, so like right before finals, I'll definitely try to prioritize SCMC first. Maybe I can cut down on my trainings. I can discuss with my coach to tell her that I cannot train so much so that I can focus more on my academics and plan for SCMC at the same time. So after planning for SCMC, then after that, like finals come, then after that I can start studying for finals. But then that is after we finish planning for Illuminus, definitely. Yeah, so basically need to find the right time for the right thing, because even when competition season comes up, I don't exactly increase my training intensities that much, so I don't think it is a big problem for me. Yes, so that is for that question. And for the next one, which is when the sponsors have requests for more terms, and I want to build good relations, maintain good relations with them because they are like my biggest sponsors, right? So firstly, like I've asked, since the terms have already been agreed on and the contract is signed, so legally, technically, we can take actions on them and we can bring it up to SDO, technically. But because we want to maintain good relations with them, right? So firstly, I'll first involve my PPR and my PPI. And then we'll have a discussion on how maybe we can sort of ban their terms. So maybe we can come to a consensus where like something, we can make an agreement or like try to accommodate to their terms in some sense. So like maybe find a middle ground. Yeah. And also talk to the sponsors nicely. And of course, we need to inform the president that this whole situation has been happening. And hopefully we can come to a consensus of a fair contract. I'm not too sure whether contract rules can be, like, you can add more terms to a contract after it's signed though. You can't. But if it can't be banned, then of course I will try to involve more higher ups. So after talking to my VPI and my VPR, let's say we come to terms that this really cannot happen, I'll let my press know, and then maybe me and my press and my VPR can talk to the sponsor itself, and hopefully they can understand where we come from, and if it's a really bad situation, maybe we'll have to involve SBO in this also. But hopefully that won't happen because I need the sponsor.
We have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee, So Yiwei, the portfolio of sport director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Stephen.
Hi, this is Stephen here to the close the Q&A for the sport director for 46 Science Club.
I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin.
We want to wait to time the picture.
Reminder to everybody, please cast your votes carefully. And while you're eating, please be very careful with your food, like extra careful. Don't assume that everything will stay on the